Okay.
All right.
We'll call the public safety meeting to order. First up for the 2024 budget hearings for public safety is the district attorney's office. But before we begin, Jen, you got a minute or two overview?
I do.
Okay.
Okay, good morning, everybody. A few highlights here that we just wanted to touch on before we get started with today's reviews. As a reminder, the tax levy is equal to the allowable levy per New York State tax cap calculations. The levy increase is at 1.8 million. The tentative budget is just below that allowable increase. Property valuations increase 15.9%. The net effect of the levy and valuation increase is an 89-cent decrease in tax rate, bringing it to $6.91 per thousand assessed value. 1 cent change in the tax rate is equivalent to $104,272 worth of a change in the tax levy. Okay. Structurally balanced budget means no use of general fund balance for recurring events. Use of designated fund balance for helicopter debt, which has been ongoing, and I believe there's a couple years left on that debt service. Approximately $6 million of general fund balance is being used for capital projects and unusual non-recurring events in 2024. General fund balance is projected to be approximately 13.6% of general fund revenues. 2024 continues significant investment in capital projects. Sales tax revenue is based on recent trends. FTEs and governmental funds increased 3.94. Base pay in all county departments' budgets includes percentage increases for managers and the applicable increases from the recently negotiated collective bargaining units. So that is all included in your budget. Budget includes an estimated increase in health insurance and retirement expenses. The final retirement rates were published very, very recently, which is after the tentative budget was released. So we're updating those now, and to determine any impact on the budget. So we'll keep you posted on that. Health insurance rates increased at 1.3%. In this year's budget, as many have noted, there's a vacancy savings that we have estimated and plugged into the budget. There are very few exceptions to this, but you'll notice that it's in most county departments. It's based on actual results between 2020 and today. So 2020 and 2021 yielded an actual 7% vacancy savings, countywide, county as a whole. 2022 actually yielded a 10% vacancy savings, and 2023 is performing at that same 10% rate. So rather than going through and also decreasing revenues in any respective departments, we elected to plug in a 5% vacancy savings that accounts for both the assumed 10% possible savings in 2024 and any revenue decreases that may end up happening on account of those savings. Inside your budget binders, you have your tentative budget first, as posted on the internet. You use this section for the following information that is not displayed in other sections of your binder. You have your operating budget section, which includes the local share summary that shows all activity for all funds and displays tax levy, property valuation, and tax rate. Secondly, you have your capital budget section, which includes the status of active capital projects and a list of projects proposed for new or additional funding in 2024. Third, you have your fiscal status section, which includes fund balance and debt schedules. Behind that tentative budget, you have your budget summaries and line item detail in order by department. The tab number is on your review schedule, so to the left of each department that you'll be reviewing today, you'll see a number. That number correlates to the number of the tab that you want to flip to in your binder. Your budget summary components include your local share summary, your FTE position summary, summary by organization at the classification level. It summarizes the individual departments that follow, and they may have comments pertaining to the entire organization. Summary by department at the classification level with comments. The budget hearings will focus largely on those exhibits. Your budget worksheet by account is behind the budget summary. Revenues for all departments within the organization are listed first, followed by the expenses for all departments within the organization. There's a rolling 12-month actual expenditure form that I did email to everybody yesterday. I have hard copies with me today, so for those of you who have not received that hard copy yet, I have that back here for you. This is July 2022 through June 2023 and compares that to the 23 adopted and 24 tentative budgets. This shows expenditures only. It does not show revenues. And it compares the expenditures in that July 22 to June 23 timeframe to the 23 adopted budget and 24 tentative. Financial projections for 2024 to 2028 are provided in your binder in the sleeve inside. The recommended format for these budget review hearings, as many of you are very well aware, what we'll do is we'll have the department head lead the committee through his or her budget summary. You can refer to the budget by account detail as necessary, and it's recommended that the committee vote on any amendments that they wish to send to the Audit and Control Committee either throughout the hearing today or at the end of today's hearing. Okay? Further recommended that to the extent possible, the committee propose additional amendments to offset any increases to appropriations or decreases in revenue. As a reminder, again, the tentative budget is just below the tax cap. Like just below the tax cap. Okay. Additionally, after the tentative budget was prepared, there were a couple of corrections that were identified. And new information also became available, so if that applies to anything today, I have a list of any of those amendments with me, and I can review that with you at the end of today's hearings. And I think that's it.
Okay. Jen, thank you.
You're welcome.
Jen, do you have a printed copy?
I do.
Review, because I got one Monday, but.
If you have two of them, I'd like one.
This one. You all set? Thank you.
Okay, with that, Jason, what we'll do is you can run through your, go over your FTEs, your budget summaries, and then if the committee has any questions on line items, we'll ask those at the end of your summaries. But before we do that, for my unemployed cousin and his friends at home who are watching this, would you please introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Jason Schmidt. I'm the district attorney here in Chautauqua County.
And I'm Madeline Contiglia, the assistant to the district attorney.
Thanks, guys. Go ahead.
So for our FTEs, we are proposing to increase them by 2.89 positions. We've added an additional paralegal position that will be entirely funded by the Discovery Grant, so that does not have an effect on our local share. We are proposing to increase an operations assistant by 0.5 FTE. We had previously budgeted for it in 2023 as part of an agreement with the Sheriff's Office. We're proposing to increase that to a full-time position in our office to assist the legal secretaries with day-to-day administrative tasks and to relieve them from some of those tasks. So it would be a slightly less skilled position than the legal secretary, but it would relieve quite a bit of duties from them to allow them to do some more specialized assignments. That position is locally funded. I spoke with Legislator Nebel on, I believe it was Monday, and I was incorrect when I told him that it was a funded position. So that one will be locally funded. We've also proposed to add 1.8 interns for our office. That is an entirely funded position through our GIVE grant. We received quite a bit more money for 2024 for GIVE than we had previously received. And as part of the program requirements, we have a community engagement program, and that will be having interns in our office that are law students or recent law graduates that would work with our attorneys, hopefully get them interested in working as a prosecutor, and then they would join our office full-time. We've also reduced the number of ADAs by 0.5. We've had some trouble recruiting full-time ADA positions, so we've proposed to have them at 0.85 FTE rather than at full-time. And so we have now 3 positions that are 0.85, and that equates to the 50% decrease.
Okay, committee, any questions on the FTEs?
When you're talking about making it 0.85, is that easier for recruiting purposes, Jay?
Yeah, so the issue is that you can't get full-time attorneys to work, especially with the change in the assigned counsel rate. Now it's been bumped up from 75 an hour to 158 an hour, which is astronomical. So you got a lot of attorneys out there that are trying to make a living out here. And what we were proposing in order to fill out our justice courts is to offer them part-time positions with about 30 hours a week of service so that they can then receive benefits through the county. And in this way, we can get them on board, and then we can enhance and shore up our felony group of attorneys that are prosecuting the most serious crimes here in the county.
That allows them to do a little of their own stuff on the side then?
Real estate work, we can't have any conflicts, but it did open it up, whereas we had no interest before. We've managed to fill 2 of the 3 positions so far with some good attorneys.
What's wrong with real estate attorneys? Never mind, Jason. Okay.
It's the
right.
brokers.
Oh. Okay, I had that coming.
You walked into that one.
Okay. Bob, does that answer your question?
Yep.
Okay. Committee, any other questions on the FTEs?
So how many open positions do you currently have?
We currently have 1 full-time assistant district attorney position open that we are actively recruiting at the 0.85 FTE or at full-time if we can get full-time. And we have the 0.5 operations assistant open that we are not actively recruiting for.
And that is in your budget now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so it's 1.5 currently open.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Maddie, just for clarification, on this operation assistant, so you have an operations assistant currently that's working
We-
50% of the time?
We budgeted in 2023 for the operations assistant, which was actually going to be a position at the sheriff's office that was
Okay.
allocated to our office because the position at the sheriff's office was performing quite a bit of the discovery work for our office for sheriff cases.
As
So-
far as cameras and?
Right, exactly.
okay,
Body
and
cameras
videos and, all
and,
right,
and the 911 calls.
okay.
And so we had proposed to fund 50% of that person's salary with the sheriff's office because they were doing the majority of the work for us. That
That's
position,
it this year?
yes, this
Okay.
year. And that position actually became a full-time position in our office this year. It's a discovery expediter position. We eliminated one of the legal secretary positions and created the discovery expediter.
Okay, to cover the funding for?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, so we went from 7 full-time legal secretary positions to 6 full-time legal secretary positions, plus this discovery expediter. And so we're not recruiting for that operations assistant because it's now full-time in our office.
Okay, and this request is just to cover for 2024, the increase from part-time to full-time?
Yes.
Okay. And exactly what will this operations assistant do?
They would be working what we call the DA file. It's an email address that all of the police paperwork comes into our office from. A lot of the courts will send paperwork to our office in that email, and somebody is assigned to it every day. And they create the cases that come in every day. It can take anywhere from the entire day to just a couple hours, so it's a pretty extensive task that everybody kind of shares. So that person would be responsible for maintaining the DA file daily. They would be responsible for answering the phones and interacting with the public when we have people coming in. They would be like some general filing tasks, getting the mail, and just kind of administrative support.
Okay, will they kind of prioritize the work assignments too?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, to possibly lead to more efficiency in the office?
Yes, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Everything now is geared towards discovery compliance because of those laws. And so even our legal secretaries, their roles have shifted into discovery compliance. And so we're trying to utilize this person as sort of the intake for the office when we get arraignment paperwork so that we can develop the files and start to build the cases.
Yeah, Jason, discovery is a big thing. I mean, it's come up in the past. Okay, so, yeah, it's just something we have to deal with. Okay. Audit and control, questions on the FTEs?
Check.
Okay. All right, go ahead. The summaries?
So looking at our summary for personal services, we do have an increase of about $100,000, and that would be the salary increases for the CSEA staff, the range increases for the attorney positions that were just recently negotiated, and then the 0.5 the 0.5 of the operations assistant extra position, and then the 2 funded positions as well.
I have a question regarding that, if I could.
Please.
Do you know how much salary's going up? We're adding some people, but we're also taking away some time from the higher paid people, if you will, right? And you're adding a lower level position, so there's a little bit of an offset there. And then, obviously, we have new contracts, so that's raising. So it's a little hard to, the number's going up, but
Yeah.
why is it
Yeah,
moving
it's
around and how much, you know?
A little
so-
bit hard for me to gauge. I can certainly do a more in-depth analysis and send it to you if you would like.
It just is, it would, moving forward, it would be a better depiction of what the actual expense would be from year to year with the new positions too.
Yeah, I would say that going forward from 2024 on, I don't see us having any major personnel changes, so I would expect to see kind of a more steady, I would say increase, because generally the salaries do increase every year. But I would say that there's not going to be a large fluctuation in salary and personal services going forward once we have all of our positions filled.
Okay. Audit and control, anything else? Okay. Go ahead,
We
Mary.
do have a decrease in equipment for 2024. We've purchased quite a bit of equipment in the last 2 years, so we really just don't need anything coming for this year. We do have a bit of an increase to our contractual expenses. We've had some expenses that we didn't quite anticipate being so high this year, so I did account for those increases. I know one of them was stenographer fees, is that we are doubling our line item for stenographer fees because we really have no other option for stenographers in the area. We're responsible for getting our own grand jury stenographer, and we were only able to find one person. So, we kind of had to go with whatever she, proposed to charge us. We did have a few other increases to some contractuals, but those were funded under the GIVE grant. So one in particular is the operating expense is increasing by $13,000, and that's for the forensic investigation team's training. The forensic investigation team is funded through our office with just general supplies, but we are proposing to fund a training for them to attend. It includes all the police officers, or almost like a police officer from every agency in the county and the sheriff's office, and they respond to major crime incidents and collect evidence.
Okay. All right, public safety, any questions on this? Tom, anything? Okay. Mandy, just one question in general. In the past, we've always had another category, crime victims, okay, as long as I can remember. Okay, I see that's been eliminated this year. Is that rolled into your
Yes.
county attorney budget?
Yep, we consolidated the two departments into just the general district attorney.
Because I always remember
Yep.
crime victims category. Okay, and look, you touched on the stenographers' fees, but I'm looking here, and it's actually doubled from about roughly 30,000 to 60,000. Have you looked into trying to get another stenographer? I mean, because that's quite an increase.
Yeah, we really did try to blanket the area, and, you know, we try to negotiate the best deal that we can. I mean, there's a couple of things that contribute to that. One is obviously, there's a shortage of stenographers in this area as well, so the one that we pulled from is located in Bradford, Pennsylvania, so we, you know, it's just, you know.
Not even
very-
in Chautauqua County.
We can't even
Okay.
get. The other aspect of this is that we're really active in grand jury, and that requires a record to be reviewed by our county court judge. So, I attribute some of the increases in the stenographer fees to the prosecution of our cases. You know?
Okay. All right.
That was a question I had, if you were using a stenographer more, or they were charging more. I was curious why the charge went up too.
It's definitely a combination of both. It's not strictly just that we're being gouged by our stenographer. It is that we're using them, and we're responsible for creating that record, and we really don't have much of a choice. Yeah.
Okay. And also, Mandy, 150% increase in interpreters. You're using a lot more interpreters, apparently?
Yeah.
Yes, we recently, in this last year, we've had quite a few cases that required an interpreter, and we do have a contract with the International Institute of Buffalo for the interpreter fees. So we have just been using quite a bit more interpreters than we previously had, so I did increase it.
Do you have folks in the department that are bilingual?
Unfortunately, we do not. You know,
Okay.
we
That-
used to have a legal secretary that spoke Spanish, but she left our office, so we no longer have anybody.
That might be something you could look into as far as some of your future hires?
Certainly.
Okay.
The only other thing I think I would add to that is that, so the police also have to interact with people who don't speak English.
Correct.
And so, for instance, Jamestown has one officer that serves as an interpreter. When they have that interview that might result in some useful information that we're then going to use at trial, that becomes the subject of a suppression hearing, which then means that we have to provide the translation for the court. So it just sort of, it's just the, you know, result of the makeup of our community.
Okay. All right, folks, any other questions of the district attorney's office?
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of contractual questions.
Sure.
So, Maddie, looking at your summary, contractual is projected this year to be $320,000, and you're indicating it's going to go down to $246 next year. How do you explain the increase in 2023?
We've had, like I said, the increase in stenographer fees were already over budget in that line in particular. And interpreter fees, we've been over in that line also. But I would say the largest, contractual expense we have this year is, in the 2023 Discovery Grant, we had budgeted for contracts with the police departments, the local police departments, to provide them with funding for discovery compliance equipment, body worn cameras, those types of equipment. And so our contractual expenses in that line, it's $4590 if you'd like to look at it, was $50,000 this year. Next year we will not have those contracts anymore, so they've decreased by $50,000. So I would say that that's where the kind of minimal increase came in 2024, but we are expected to go over budget in the contractuals for 2023.
Okay. Well, thank you. As usual, you answered both my questions in one.
Hey, can I just share something, and Bob may be interested in this, you know, so take Dunkirk, for instance, and you look at their police department, so it's it's the second largest city, it's a big municipality, right? So we had a homicide investigation there, and there's I've only been in this seat for a couple of years, right? So I want to watch the interview. I'm there in the middle of the night, and I want to watch the interview. Do you know that their monitor is in this? I'll show it to you if you ever want to go and look. It was in this little room, and you couldn't even see it. You'd have to jiggle the wire, and then you couldn't make out. Everything was muffled. I mean, this is the law enforcement. You got professional, law enforcement personnel, but they just had this equipment that you couldn't even imagine. We couldn't even watch an interview of a suspect. What's that?
Is that the room off the courtroom?
No. In the police station, if you go down and you just go, you go actually downstairs, it's in the side of the locker room where the detective bureau is. They're interviewing the suspect in the detective bureau. I want to watch so that they can come back and we can talk. Hey, let's ask this question. Back off here. He's just mentioning an attorney and so forth. And then you can't even make it out, and then you're shaking the wire to get the monitor on. And by the way, if you look at the monitor, do you remember like those old yellow monitors? That's what it looked like. I mean, it's just shocking, and then you can't make out what the heck they're talking about. So this is the state of affairs for Dunkirk. It's like that all over, and we've been trying to bring everybody up to speed as best as we can with the funding that we're getting.
You've never been in the police station ever?
Not
I
where-
find that
not
hard to
where- not
believe.
where he's from.
It's,
I find that hard to believe.
It's crazy.
Okay, yeah, Dan, go ahead.
Sure. So I'm just looking at the revenues, and you'd mentioned that you were receiving, one of the grants was actually, was increasing, and you were able to cover one of the positions. But just looking at the revenues, they're actually decreasing from what the amended budget is, so I'm assuming that was some extra grant money that we had gotten that you pulled back out for this particular year.
Yes.
But where are we losing revenue if it's the same and one of our grants is growing?
I had budgeted for 2023 quite a bit more equipment to be purchased through the Discovery Grant, the kind of the first cycle of the Discovery Grant. So all of the Discovery Grants have spanned quite a few years, and the first one we received in 2021, but we didn't start using until 2022. So I had anticipated us using almost the entire remaining amount in this year. We're not going to be using that amount. So we've not purchased the equipment that we anticipated purchasing, and so that amount's gonna kind of roll forward. So our amended budget, I think, is quite a bit more because of the GIVE grant, and we received quite a bit more than we expected in 2023. But we did decrease, I think, in the state aid, the R308.9000. I decreased it quite a bit from this year, 2023, to next year. So that's where you don't see an increase in our revenue, where it's kind of just staying the same, because it was increased in 2023. I decreased it a little bit, but we had some other grants that kind of offset that. So it didn't equate to a large increase of revenue.
As far as fees and things to that nature, they've been coming in to what you've kind of expected and stuff?
You all set? Audit and control, anything else? Okay, if not, Jason, Maddie, thank you, and we appreciate it.
Thank
you.
you, guys. Thank you.
Okay, next up, folks, we have probation. That's number 13 in our budget books.
Good job.
Gilbert, for the record.
Absolutely. I am Gilbert Taylor. I'm the Director of Probation.
I am Tobin Disborough. I am the Deputy Director of Probation. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Guys, what we'll do is we'll start off with, with your increase in FTEs, and then the summary, but look, I'm looking at your budget here, no increase in FTEs, increase of 1.1% in local share. I don't know about the committee, but I'm not gonna have a lot of questions for you guys, but go ahead, please start.
Certainly. We have not increased our FTEs at all. We have one vacant position that is going to be filled pretty much immediately. And then if I go directly into our budget summary, the personal services went up as it did with every other department in the county. We have no control over that. We did reduce our equipment down because last year we were able to obtain most of the equipment we needed for this year. And thankfully, through the DA's Discovery Grant, they actually purchased a bunch of our computers, so they saved us some money this year, which will save us money next year.
They purchased the equipment for you guys?
Yeah, their Discovery Grant allowed them to buy us about $10,000 worth of computers and such.
All right.
And it was a fantastic agreement between the two of us. And as contractual goes, the biggest portion of that contractual will be caused by training costs. Last year, when I was before you, I talked about the increase in the Municipal Police Training Council rules. Those rules basically took probation officers' trainings from 3 weeks to about 10 weeks now. And there are no local places doing this training. We have an officer right now in Rochester for that training, and she'll be there 10 straight weeks. She's not allowed to be a probation officer or have any other responsibilities of a peace officer until she completes that training. State didn't give us any money for that training. So this year, we had the money set aside through some other funds, and by the purchasing of vehicles, we didn't use the mileage as much as we needed to in the gas, so we were able to take that money out of that contractual and move it over to pay for the training. So we could do it last year. This year, that jump will be about $21,000 in cost for us to train any new staff. And that is assuming that no staff leave, if we have to replace 2, but if we were to have 4 or 5 people retire, we would really be struggling with trying to make that happen. But the training costs basically would be about $21,000. The other costs are increases in, I'm not actually sure what those training costs would be. I think a lot of it is because we got additional give grants, so some of the money went down like in mileage, but we had to increase in gas costs for the cars we're supposed to get. So they kind of just offsuit.
So Gilbert, increase of approximately 21,000 in training, and then the other 6,000, just these additional costs?
Yeah, in hotels, in possibly renting vehicles, additional food costs for those
Okay.
training, for that person to be away.
Gotcha.
The current cost for the officer we have away right now will be about $12,500.
Okay,
So
thanks.
we could save a little or spend a little more depending on where the training is. And then we have no interest, no principal, no interest, and then the other one is the employee benefits again, and that is attributed to the CSEA. That is about all we have. We did have an increase in our New York State aid. I think I've told you this last year. I know we credit it as revenue, but I always have a tough time knowing that it's revenue that we haven't received yet. So we did get an increase with the district attorney's office in give, it went from approximately $10,000 a year to $26,000. We chose not to hire any new employees with that money. We chose to use it as overtime. So we will have additional overtime hours for things like home checks and sex offender checks and bar checks and things like that.
Yeah, Gilbert, you have that listed here, the give grant increase, but what's the increase in EFS?
EFS is it's an employment-focused services grant.
Okay.
So what that does is we have staff and contractors that teach individuals employment skills. It will help them get on-the-job training. It will teach them how to do, one of the programs is called Thinking for a Change. It helps them to realize that the negative attitudes and behaviors they've had are directly related to the way they think about things in their life. And it tries to get them to rethink in different ways to help them gain employment. We have contracts with the Resource Center, who does a lot of the training with us, and the Workforce Investment Board, which helps them locate jobs and additional training. So we're probably the most successful EFS program in New York State. And that grant went up significantly, really, about $30-some thousand or $30,000. But our contractual costs went up with it, so we really didn't see.
Helps folks overcome negative thoughts.
Absolutely, and get jobs.
I might have to sign up for that.
It actually is a pretty good training.
Okay. Public safety, any questions of Gilbert or Tobin? Nope. Audit and control? Okay, that was pretty simple. Okay.
Well, it's been a good year for us, so.
I'm sorry.
I have a question. This is not related to your budget necessarily, but you have looks like you've been quite successful in getting New York State aid, and congratulations for that.
Thank you.
Are there any opportunities for federal funding for probation?
Most of our funding that comes federal is fueled down or funneled down through the state, so we don't actually directly pursue any federal grants.
Okay.
On a side note, there are a lot of counties in New York State that refuse to take even state grants because they just don't like the strings that are generally attached to them. So,
Okay.
But no, we have not pursued any federal grants. We were in line to get one of the federal grants for ballistic vests, but we had just purchased all brand-new ballistic vests within the last few years, so there was no real need for us to do that, and Deputy Director Disbrow did look at that at the time.
Okay. We just heard yesterday from the county attorney that the county attorney is contracted with a firm to provide legal services and to help us pursue federal grants. So there may be an opportunity there for your department. I'm just thinking completely off the top of my head here.
Sure.
But that probably is something that would be worth checking into.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You know, this is an irrelevant thing to my department, but the conversation with the district attorney about finding translators and things like that, we have a horrible time getting Spanish-speaking employees. We struggle with it every year. Recently, we've been struggling with, I've said this last year, probation's the catch-all. When they don't know what to do, they put them on probation. And lately, we've been getting autistic people, hearing-impaired people, and the cost for us to hire a person to come in and do that for us when dealing with hearing impaired, you know, we don't plan for that. But with the court finding us as the catch-all most of the time, we have been getting more of that. And then the only other thing I'd like to make the committees aware of, we recently worked out a very good agreement with mental health, and the relationship between departments, probation, mental health, DSS has really become pleasant. We've been able to work together, and I've never seen that in my years in the county. So they lent us a vehicle for a couple weeks. So
That's fabulous.
Congratulations.
Thanks for sharing some good news.
yeah.
Okay, so Gilbert, apparently you could have some conversations with the county attorney's office as far as possible federal funding.
Absolutely.
Okay. The other thing is, as far as bilingual folks, perhaps you could reach out to the guidance counselor in the city of Dunkirk school system, or maybe even JCC?
We did reach out to SUNY Fredonia because they
Okay.
have to have a bachelor's degree
Oh, you
to
do?
be a probation
Okay. Oh,
officer.
Okay, all right.
But not much success. We
Tough.
only had 4 people in the count actually take the Spanish-speaking probation test, which is, that's our pool, and some of them already worked for the county and had no interest in leaving.
Most of them passed, though, or?
The 4 passed, and we
4
did
passed.
hire a Spanish-speaking off of that list. The problem is when you're taking a single mom or a single dad and telling them we have to send you away for 10 weeks, and they already have a job in the county where they utilize their Spanish skills, they're not inclined to leave,
Understood,
so.
okay. Okay, if there's nothing, Dan, go ahead.
Just a general question, as
Sure.
long as we went down this whole,
Yeah.
I was considering
Okay.
it beforehand, but now it's in it, I wanted to contribute. As we've been going through the budget process, we obviously incurred, other departments have incurred expense, just in various ways. One in particular is, people not being able to stand trial, fit to stand trial and going up places. The probation, do you see the system working in sense, do you actually see the people being rehabilitated through your program and getting out of the system for good? Or, is there, holes in the system somewhere that could need to get plugged in? In a sense, it does help with all expenses. And also, I don't want to look at it on the expense side. We want to help the people the best that we can, right? So, even with your department, if you see the same person a few different times, it's time and it's energy and funds spent for that same person. Is it working?
My opinion on it, and I've given this in the past, you can break it down. We have about a 20% fail rate, and that's because there's about 20% of people that are thrown into probation really should not be in probation in the first place. They're not appropriate for probation. They're high-risk gun cases, sex offenders, violent criminals. But because of the plea bargaining system that happens across the country, we get them. So that 20% fail rate is pretty much a given. And then we have at the bottom part of that about 20% of the population that show up for probation that will get through, it was a one-time offense. They did something dumb. They made a mistake with their lives and they're trying to rehabilitate. A lot of times DWIs or things like that. And then the 60% in the middle, they may come back once or twice, but we have a really good relationship with those people and individuals. And so when they do come back, usually they're not rising up to that top 20%. They're stuck on kind of a stupid bad, activity and behavior. They interact, they're not a threat to us or the community, and we're very successful with those. We may still get them back, but we may get them a job in the process, and job reduces recidivism by quite a bit. So I think we're probably the most successful law enforcement agency in the country. As far as, the different agencies that are nationwide, we actually are that blend between social work and law enforcement.
Truly, yeah, I agreed, yeah.
And no one knows what we do usually.
I have one question as well, too. Now we're down this same hole. Are you seeing down the road maybe with bail reform and a lot of the changes that have happened in the legal system for criminals, right? Do you see that as they go through the courts, there'll be a lot more probation for these people versus any kind of conviction for a crime?
We're going to get a lot more probation cases because bail reform affects the person on the initial arrest, but on a violation, they can be incarcerated. So if someone gets put on probation and then they violate, we can see them locked up. The real problem we're going to have in this county is not the adult cases that are going to be our problem. The real problem we're going to have in this county is juveniles. New York State has approximately 200 juvenile beds that aren't contracted out, that are filled on a daily basis. And the juveniles here are now getting into more criminal behaviors, creating more havoc, and they can't be locked up and there's nowhere to send them because we have to beg. We've gone as far as Westchester County to take a kid there, and that cost on the county is significant. We have to have a sheriff drive them and then bring them back. And our real problem, immediate need for this county is dealing with juveniles, and unfortunately the state's made that impossible for us as a county to fix.
Okay, is there a certain age that they cannot be on probation? Is there a cutoff at a lower age?
Well, the new age for a juvenile is 12 years old. They can't be on probation under 12. Before this year, they could be at 8 and be on probation, and we have them. They can only be on for a term of 1 to 2 years. It's ridiculous, some of the things you see. I did juvenile officers work. I was a juvenile officer for 5 years. The work's ridiculous on what you see. But now 18 becomes an adult. Certain 16 and 17-year-olds, if you're arrested as a VTL, you could be on a criminal court, but very, very rarely. So, and we have people all the way up to, I think the oldest person I remember, and you may know older, I think we had an 83-year-old out of Silver Creek on probation. So,
Yeah. Zero relation. You just, what Scudder said, he said, he's Harmon called him dad.
They must have interviewed him in Dunker with that old system and they couldn't hear nothing.
Tom, anything else?
No, I'm embarrassed enough as.
Okay, committee, anything else? Okay, Gilbert, Tobin, thank you.
thank you.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Nice work.
Okay, folks, emergency services isn't here yet. We'll take a 5-minute break and hopefully they'll be back. Or they'll be here.
That's a quote of the day, Bob. What?
So much to do. Not doing it.
My boss has already called me twice.
I'm so overwhelmed this week.
Work and home. It's like, I don't know. We should do.
Countertops got delivered on Monday.
Oh, really? That's exciting.
Want to be at home and
Yeah.
you know, I just want to be in my new house, and it's like things are just sitting at home, not getting done right now.
Yeah.
And I need to be here. I just want to be using my time off and like
I just want to win the
I want to
Powerball.
be in my house
Yeah.
before winter.
You gonna?
It's so cold, it's like, you know, I don't really see why not. But
Get through this week, next week. But you know, it's nice this week. I wanted it to rain and be crappy.
yeah, because then you really feel like you missed your time.
I don't, because like, I got yard work to do, and granted, a lot of some of the stuff I could have done over the summer, just didn't get done.
My husband took off tomorrow, Friday, so he'll be doing some stuff at the house. Everything's ready to be painted now, and we just have to put the tile floor in the kitchen.
Oh,
So that's it. Countertops, tile floor, paint.
countertops are in.
Well, they have to be installed.
Well, I know,
But
but they're there, so that's,
It's like
that's like,
there,
yeah.
you know, it's like finished.
That's like 70% of the battle, is actually getting them.
It's like really close, you know.
Yeah. What's he gonna do tomorrow, Friday? Paint and,
No, I told him I'll paint. He needs to do like the big stuff. Get the flooring, all the
Yeah.
trees everywhere.
yeah, I've been meaning to paint my house, but
Yeah, I told him I can do the paint this weekend if he can keep the big stuff done.
I did hear of a girl here in Mayville that does painting, and I'm like, maybe I'll.
He got everything primed and, he painted my ceilings for me because I don't want to do that.
Oh, yeah,
He got
that's,
the, he got the spray
Yeah.
Took him a day and he did all that.
I'll tell you what I discovered a few years ago. It wasn't spray gun or anything, but it was that purple paint goes on purple.
Oh, yeah, I did that in my old house.
Goes on purple
Yep.
and then it dries
Yeah.
white. I was like, this is the best.
Yeah.
I wish every paint
Yeah.
would go on purple.
I was really happy with that also.
Yeah. That would be great.
My grandma thought I had lost my mind when all my ceilings were bright pink. She was like, what are you doing?
Just wait. Patience.
I never heard of anything.
Yeah. I saw it somewhere. And then I just lit in the house.
I'm probably gonna be calling to, or talking about the, bringing the classes up sometime
Okay.
soon.
All right.
Obviously, not the same times that you're gonna have budget. Well, how long do these go? Like, I'm thinking later in October. Is there a week there that is better than?
The week of the ledge meeting is a good week.
Okay.
The ledge meeting, that Wednesday, and a busy day.
Yeah, okay. I like to go Thursday or Friday.
Friday's great.
Okay.
Friday's always a good day here. Thursday's usually
Date will be-
grand jury for courts. So they're-
Oh, yeah. We've run into that.
Thursday's usually grand jury for them, so they're kind of busy. But Friday's usually,
Yeah.
Friday's usually a good day for everybody.
It kind of can depend on, well, it really depends on the courts. They're the ones that really drive the whole thing.
Yeah, yep, that last week in October. Probably a great week.
Okay.
I'll be here. Yeah, I don't think anything's really going on. Yeah, see what their schedule is, and I'll be around no matter what.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll let you know. Yeah, I'm trying to. That would be. All right. That's the week of the 23rd to the 27th, right? I mean, I don't want to come on Halloween. You never know what the kids are going to do then. But it'd be like the 27th would be a good date for that. Yeah.
Silver Creek brought a class for the first time,
Good.
and it was like a law class,
Mm-hmm.
and it was super small, and they were, I don't know, different kind of like take on it, but they were,
Yeah.
they were pretty interested. So that was good. I hope they come back again.
Yeah, I have I just have one class this semester. Next semester I'll have two, or even, because next semester I have two government classes and this law class that I teach. Which, that might be 7 or 8 kids at the most. That's, our school, our size, we don't get that many. But this semester is probably 17, 18, so it's not a big deal. And I'd like to maybe come up with something for them to debate a little bit.
Yeah, I like that resolution.
Yeah,
last time, so.
And that's still, I think our school is allowing that day off. That was right for the solar eclipse.
April 8th or
Yeah,
whatever.
but then the other part of that was taking away a holiday from somewhere else.
Yeah, or coming a day in the summer.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
We
have
could do that one
I have
again.
that saved up. Yeah.
Didn't New York just add a new holiday? Lunar New Year or something?
I don't know.
Well, we're picking. Well, I don't know if they added it. I'm all for it, but
He brought his class in, and they had to debate if they got off for that, the solar eclipse day.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of a fun,
Yeah,
debate if they were
but-
gonna take the day off or if they were gonna come in a day in their summer break. And it was fun. They had really good debate.
yeah.
That was
Yeah, that would be. Who was,
If nobody wants to come in on December break.
No, they don't want to do that.
But they have
You know, the eclipse is, isn't it like 3 in the afternoon? I mean, our school day's over by then, but the buses would be
but
running.
it's, yeah, it's the traffic
The one
and,
kid had good arguments, because we don't want little kids stuck on the school bus, you know, when that's happening, they'll be scared, and that was a good argument. Yeah, Noel, up there's the one who has the whole, presentation and everything for
Oh, okay.
for that day, and how many people he's expecting to be coming to Chautauqua County, and it's really impressive.
Really?
I don't remember who just was talking about it, but in, he said in Tennessee, when it happened in Tennessee the last time, it took them 11 hours to make it a 1 hour trip.
really?
Wow.
Yeah, it's,
There was that, it was during one of our committee meetings here.
it was, I think it was Tennessee,
Yeah, somebody just presented
Kentucky.
that they were there. I don't remember who was talking about.
Was that PED though? Committee meeting? Where were we, where was I talking about it somewhere? Oh, at the Visitors Bureau. They were talking about it.
Yeah, unless
I mean, the lady next to me, the people next to me have an Airbnb. And she's like getting these emails that I want to be there. And April is not a busy time for them, but she said I could have sold my, that week 20 times.
there is a food truck today.
Oh, you know, I was wondering.
Oh, the parking lot?
Yeah, he's all right. He's a little bit pricey.
That Taste of Buffalo? It's good food, but it is pricey.
But we're done at 1?
Yeah. It's scheduled.
And, I mean, public safety is done at 1. So, are you on another committee after that, or?
No, I was on here Monday.
Oh, okay.
That's why I had that
Yeah.
recap, because I got it Monday. She's passed it out before. But, no, I'm,
That'd be nice if you want to stick around for that.
yeah, well, I thought it was 11:30 we were getting out of here, so.
I thought it was 3.
Yeah,
Well, was it this paper that had the times on it?
Yeah, that one.
Right, now who can see that? Can you read that? They're making the print smaller, aren't they?
It's hard.
It's not that I'm getting older and that I should really, I have glasses somewhere at home, I can't find them. Oh, okay, that's good, that's how it should be.
Of course, I'd rather be here for 4 or 5 hours than
Well, if we're gonna come,
have to
you might
take a
as well.
day off and be here for
I
an
know,
hour.
I know.
You know?
Yeah. Well, depending, I could take a half day or something and,
Yeah, yeah.
in
You
school, but it's, I really have like the maximum number of days you can have after 37 years of.
Right.
So,
That's a
But
tough part
I
for
am-
me. Everything we do, I'm on the visitors bureau. Well, they have all their meetings during the workday.
yeah, yeah.
It's like have a meeting at least at 4 o'clock or 4:30 where I can cut my day a little short.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty flexible. Geez. It's just tough to get to those. And like this, 2 days this week I have to. And
Okay.
Right.
Okay, folks, next we have emergency services. For the folks at home, please introduce yourself.
Noel Gutman, Director of Emergency Services.
Bonnie Peters, Principal Account, Emergency Services.
Okay, and folks, if you can, go through your FTEs and then your budget summaries, okay? And Bonnie, if we have any questions on line items, we'll ask those at the conclusion,
Thank you.
okay?
So in our FTs, we took two part-time without benefits and combined into one. And we have 5 new 20-hour-a-year instructors. So our FTEs went up 0.37.
Bonnie, how many open positions do you have currently?
The one that we use the 2 part-times to combine into the education coordinator, that is the only spot that we have open. Oh, that's not fair. We have one full-time that we are filling on October 19th is the first day that person will be here, and then we would be fully staffed.
And what position is that, Bonnie?
It is one of the EMTs.
EMT positions?
So currently 2 open, 1 to be filled shortly.
One to be filled shortly, yes.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, so in our summary, you can see there that everything's looking good, right? Yes, okay, good. So in our fly car, we're happy to say that about a month ago, we started our transport full-time, and we're doing good with that. So part of that reflects the full-time transport going forward.
Okay. Okay, that was 3010, Bonnie, for emergency services. Is the next one Basic Fire Academy? for you?
So, and I apologize, let me restart then. I apologize, I thought we were just going to go over the whole summary. So if we go,
Well, by category,
I
if you would.
apologize, yes. So by the category, in 3010, we had a slight increase in our IM responding. We also are asking for additional funds to set up internet at one of our training facilities. For our revenue, we had a reduction in our FEMA grant, but that covers all of 3010.
Okay.
In the Basic Fire Academy, it remains the same. That is to cover our newsletter and our awards.
Okay.
For the TAC rescue, I'm sure I won't say it right, but we are asking to bid extra there to purchase a Petroglyph torch
Some
kit.
heavy rescue equipment for specialized metal cutting. So, it'll be complementary equipment to go with the grant that we were awarded last year.
It's a torch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a torch.
All right.
For the revenue portion, we were given that grant of $105,000. was a one-time grant. However, there is one that we just got notice of, and we are applying for that one for next year as well.
That grant, that's a competitive grant, statewide competitive grant. Unfortunately, we apply for it every year, but we just don't get it every year. Since 2009, we've gotten it 3 times. So we will be applying for it again.
Okay.
For our hazardous materials, we had training grants that were given, 2 of them that we were unable to use due to COVID. So we did use up those grants, and so our contractual will just be for the new grant going forward.
Okay.
And the 3989 is where you will see the one I spoke of earlier, the position for the EMS education coordinator. We also picked up a bit more for the chief medical director when he became full-time. A portion of our share went up with his increased duties. For our CME, that is where, again, I noted earlier, Target Solutions has a slight increase. And so what we are doing for that is we are working, again, Noel could expound more, but in the past, we were having CMEs paid for at a 3-year term frame. But when the monies would come in, it would come in as revenue for that year, but we were paying it out on a yearly basis. So this year we implemented changing that over to receiving the revenue part on a yearly basis, so coming in and going out. So in the fly car and the ambulance,
Bunny,
I
excuse me.
apologize.
No, excuse me. Before we leave the CME, as far as the EMT licenses, a slight decrease. Does the county pay for the EMT licenses?
So the county pays for the licenses for our staff, right? But some different, and maybe I should, some different agencies.
It's just a question.
Some different agencies come through us.
Okay.
And so they go online onto the Target Solutions and they submit whatever they have to do to keep up on their EMT that they have to do every 3 years.
The refresher courses or
Right.
whatever?
And that's all done on the online, the CME.
Yeah.
Okay.
The department has to pay for it so that we can do this, and then that department is able to voucher the state and get reimbursed for it after the fact. But
Okay.
the companies have to pay us first so that we can pay for the programming, the Target Solutions program.
Okay. No, there's a slight decrease, not much, 1,500. Less people applying for licenses, or?
So what we did with that is we tried to go back and look and see how many we have actively
Okay.
participating. Because again, prior it was paid on a 3-year. Now it should be paid on a yearly. So
Okay.
that should bring in what we're sending out, we should be getting in.
Okay.
So instead of padding it per se, based off of the getting $300 for each person, we put it back to getting $100 for each person, because that's the way we're
Okay, so
billing it.
basically, Bonnie, this is a more accurate reflection of.
We feel it is, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Unfortunately, we got a little pushback from some of the fire departments because it was a change. But
Okay.
once we explained to them that, it's better, budgetary for us and makes more sense, that it was, we
They're
had any
okay
issues.
with it now?
And we
Okay.
had a bit of a change because during COVID, most departments were given a pass. I'm not sure I'm
They were
wording
given
that
an
right.
extension on it, so there was, like, myself, my license went from a 3-year to a 4-year to a 5-year, just because
Okay.
the state during the pandemic made those changes.
Okay.
But for the individual fire departments, whether it's an EMT, an advanced EMT, or a paramedic, when they refresh, the agency has to submit a voucher to the state once they've completed their CME requirements, and the agency's reimbursed, so.
Okay.
Ultimately, the state is paying for it, it's just, that's the way the system works.
Okay. All right. Thanks, guys.
So in our fly cars and ambulance service, we had a couple of different things happening here. So our transport, as I said, became fully functional the beginning of September. So we went off of the same type of revenue numbers that we expected from last year, because now it will be for a full year. So we did that. We also have, and again, I will defer to Noel because he'll know the correct terms, but where we have the agencies that are coming under us, we are billing company gets all of the revenue in, sends it to us, except for the Medicare, Medicaid, those ones come directly to finance. But we get that money and then we turn around and give them, I think, is it 80?
Percentage
The
goes to that
percentage that
company.
they have, we turn around and give to them. So last year, when we did the budget, although we did account for that revenue part, we did not account for the contractual of giving it back out to them. So that is where you can see that our portion of our contractual is increased, because what comes into us, we then have to turn around and send out. And so, again, for us, we kind of had to go off of what we had to work with for ideas of what we're projecting those numbers to be. No questions? Oh.
Well, sure, I wasn't gonna let that one pass over. So just looking, obviously, I know there's a lag in payment, but this has been a hard area to guess at in the revenue section for sure. Is what is it gonna do? When are things actually gonna get online and you can actually start billing? And every year, we have a shortfall. And, even this year, I look at our actual amount for revenue taken in on the detail page, we're only have experienced 225,000 in actual revenue this year. So are we just that far behind in collecting it? And I guess are these conservative guesstimates when it comes to this new program? Or in our fly car in ambulance services, or I just want to talk about those expectations a little bit.
So last year, when Noel and I understood it a bit more, we came to you guys and we did lower what we thought our revenue would be and brought it more into line. But we did anticipate that we would be able to start the transport process earlier than it took us till September. When we came to you guys last year and asked for your consideration in funding that process, that program, we given a bit more thought, knowing that even to get an ambulance for us was gonna take 6, 7 months just to get the ambulance. And we told you guys at that point that we would not, hire the people to staff that until that ambulance was ready. So when we got the ambulance, we still had to get the equipment that we needed for that ambulance. Because things sometimes run slowly, it took us a while to get some of those pieces. So we had the ambulance earlier. We just got the final piece, I think maybe 6, 8 weeks ago. And so then we started that process to bring the staff in. So as far as for the revenue portion of it, we had hoped we would be able to do that transport portion way earlier than we were able to.
Of that you've projected a negative 382 for this year, is it, how much of that is associated with that lag, and how much of it is in other areas?
Well, quite honestly, it's actually both.
Yeah.
Because, so when, and again, Noel, when we did the program, where the volunteers can come under us and bill under us, that process in itself has taken a lot longer than we anticipated as well. So we just this week are starting to get those contracts back, but we did put in their back dates. So we're hoping, well, I think more than hoping, but I don't want to commit to that we're going to be able to go back and back bill for some of those. Again, that will affect both the revenue coming in, but also the contractual going out, because we have those commitments to send that out to the different agencies. So it's a bit of both.
Dan, I'd like to talk a little bit more about the transport ambulance, and you used the word conservative, and that's why I want to talk about this. So, very familiar with the budget that we put together last year for the transport ambulance, and according to Bonnie, it sounds like they're using the same framework for 2024. So the budget was based on 2 EMTs and 2 paramedics, 80 hours a week, 52 weeks out of the year. And the revenue, conservatively, was budgeted to cover the expenses. And that revenue is based on approximately 8 transports per week. Now, we were optimistic that we would be transporting more than 8 times per week. And Noel has indicated to me, and hopefully he'll expand on this, that our startup, we're experiencing significantly more than 8 transports per week.
So we've been operational for 17 days. So we started on September 7th, we were able to start doing some, for lack of a better term, some dry runs, some practice runs. The first day we ran 3 trips. I think as of yesterday, we've been operational for 17 days with 24 trips.
So,
Altogether?
Yes. Yeah.
So
all,
that-
all out of Westfield Hospital at this point.
Right.
It is, a couple of the days it's been, the ambulance would show up and they're like, okay, please hurry back, we have another one. And, so it's, I'm very optimistic for what this is gonna do. It's also, it's, aside from the obvious need of getting the patients to the higher level cares and different areas they need to go, it's helping the hospital, it's doing what we hoped it would do. It's helping the hospital get patients out, which is often one of the biggest problems of why the volunteer fire departments are being held there to deliver a patient. So it's helping that as well.
Yes.
But it's a very optimistic start right now. And I'm looking forward to next year telling you the numbers, hey, these are, if we continue on this trend, it's gonna be a very positive number next year.
So Dan, we budgeted conservatively on the revenue. And if you will, that's from our concerns with the fly car program revenue over the years.
Sure.
But early indications are that the 2024 budget revenue is conservative as well. And we have high hopes that the revenue will exceed the budget in this ambulance transport department. But we want to be conservative too. We don't want to get over our skis on this. However, I would also like to emphasize what Noel said, is that the benefit of this to the community, to the patients, to the hospitals, to the volunteer fire departments, to the other transports that are now more readily available for the other hospitals and for the other public service work that needs to be done. This is a win-win on many areas. So we were hopeful that it would be self-supporting, it would be break-even. We're now even more hopeful that it will be beyond the break-even. How'd I do, Noel?
Thank you for believing and letting us try this, because I think it's going to be very beneficial for everyone involved.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
what is, so you're doing more transports than the break even?
It's kind of hard, I
At
think it's
this
kind of hard to
point.
get to extrapolate the data from 17 days.
Yeah, I know, I know, but what would be the, if it really takes off, which we're hoping it will, when do you need to hire more personnel?
And that's a conversation I feel very optimistic this is going to be a very good thing for us. But I want to be cautious in, expanding it before we really have all that good data ahead of time. And one of the other problems is there's the cost of the equipment and the vehicle and the equipment needed, but even more important than that is the manpower to do it. And right now we're, as a county, everyone's scrambling to find more people. So even if we wanted to expand it right now, finding the people to staff it would be the biggest challenge without just solely doing it on overtime. So I really, I'm not asking to expand it at this point. I want to get a good solid database of call volume to show how this is really going to be beneficial. And I think once that's done, it'll speak for itself. And I do know there's I don't like to get ahead of myself too much, but there's a paramedic class in session, and we've been told a lot of people want to come work for us and work in that area, but that class isn't even close to graduating yet. So there's some hopeful prospects for growth down the road, but if we the numbers I projected, if we were to do one transport a day, it's going to be an extremely beneficial service for us, and I see us far exceeding that at the current trend.
Committee, other questions on fly car? No, just one question. Of these folks that we're servicing, and I know it's only been 17 days, but do you have any indication of the breakdown? Medicaid, Medicare, private pay, insurance?
I've been, off the top of my head,
And it's only been 17 days.
Right, I believe only one of those trips, off the top of my head, and I wouldn't make this factual, I'm pretty sure only one of them has been Medicaid, all the other have been, private pay insurance or, Medicare with supplemental.
Okay. Good, thank you. Audit and control, more questions on the fly car? Okay, if not, go ahead, Bon.
All right. So our EMT and CPR training, we are currently have a EMT class going now, and we have found that during, since COVID, that people are asking for more trainings again. The schools are reaching out to us, asking us to do training for their staff too. So
That's CPR and stop the bleed training that we've been doing with the schools.
and that is our last sub-department.
Okay. Committee, any questions of the folks on any particular line items? Public safety?
You said you had that one training center that you were gonna do some upgrades at, where is that at?
The Jamestown Taylor Training Center doesn't have internet. And I don't understand why that's never been fixed before. I know instructors that have come down, they have to use a MiFi little hotspot to get internet when they're teaching. That's also a backup, or could be activated as a backup emergency operations center if you get an incident in the south end of the county. And that's just something that in this day and age, to not have a building like that with internet just needs to be fixed.
Yeah. Folks, any other questions? Audit and control? Yeah.
Just one.
Sure.
Just going through the whole budget as a whole, what would your feeling be if you raised your departmental income by 100,000 for like the fly car system in general? We have some new programs that are going on. We're just looking for, to be as helpful as we can. We have some
Additional
other areas to
revenue.
cover, but we want it to be right. And how conservative of an approach did you guess? Now it's come back to haunt us before. We don't wanna go down that hole again, and even as much as last year, but
We have to be careful
We have to
when
be
it comes to
careful.
fly.
So I can tell you from my accounting world, and then I'll let Noel tell you from his. Because of the nature of what we do, unless, I go out and start tripping people, we can't really
don't know.
predict, so it's truly just a best guess. And again, not that, our predecessors, did anything wrong, but when we came in, we looked at it and we tried to say, okay, well, this kind of doesn't make sense. And, last year when we were here and spoke with you guys, I don't quite remember the numbers, but it was like, seriously, Bonnie, how do you go from, projecting this and now you're telling me, you're cutting it? And it was truly because we felt like it was still a guess for us, but it was something more that we felt, rather than just say, let's just, take it down to, 100,000, and anything over that is gravy, right? We just felt that it was something that we, should bring more in line with a prediction.
Yeah.
But again, it's, because of the nature of the beast, again, unless somebody's, out tripping people. But Noel can explain to you more from, his side of it.
It's hard to predict, obviously, like I said, but I think we're on the right track is really with the ambulance portion of it. I think that's going to, one thing we know is, our county is an older county. So there's the interfacility transports are not gonna go down. That's gonna always be a thing. Call volumes for the fire departments, most fire departments have seen a very similar trend of the 42 departments. Call volume is going up, personnel are going down. It's quite often that we hear multiple departments being toned out to handle a simple call. We had a very major fire in the county on Sunday, and there was a lot of departments from our county. There was departments from Erie County and Cat County that were all there. And, it just takes a lot of manpower for all these calls. And almost every day we're hearing, EMS calls that are 2 and 3 departments to handle because just the manpower is so short. So, the call volume's going up, manpower is going down, and all those calls going to the hospital need to go somewhere. And I want to cautiously, I don't want to leverage our future on the ambulance transport, but it's going to greatly help the overall. And while wasn't optimistic or looking forward to today, I'm looking forward to next year when we can look at these numbers and go, wow, this really did help.
Dan, I appreciate your effort to find additional revenue for us. But I think with this aspect of the program being so new, 17 days, I don't think we have enough information to make an increase in the income, departmental income at this point. This may be something we could take another look at in 2024, the first quarter or whatever. But I think for this year, right now, I think we'll leave the income, well, is that what you guys are suggesting?
That would be my suggestion, yes.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more question.
Marty, go ahead.
The solar eclipse next year, how much did that influence your budget process?
We don't have any, out of our budget, nothing really yet. Yeah, I think the whole solar eclipse, and I've been just spending an awful lot of time on that. That's going to have a large impact on many things we do. But as far as planning for our budget aspect, I didn't put any particular expenses in there for it.
Not like personnel or any
I
overtime or?
I know that's been a separate discussion as to how we're going to pay for some of those stuff.
Yeah.
But that, I haven't got a solid answer on that yet.
So I can tell you that I personally wanted to increase our medical supply, but Noel said to me, again, unless we're gonna have all these people come in and we're gonna go out and start tripping them, we shouldn't need all these extra, Band-Aids or whatever the technical terms are. So from the part that we worked on together, we did not add any, additional supply money.
I've had that conversation with the county executive, and I know we're looking at some avenues because our office, I would believe the sheriff's office will most likely have some expenses if we do some of the things we're talking about. There will be some expenses to cover first responder duties that weekend and that day particularly. And I could talk at long length of the eclipse stuff. It's going to be an interesting weekend, that for sure. And there will be some expenses that we need to maintain public safety on all avenues as we responsibly should.
Well, hopefully, all these solar eclipse people are not clumsy and they don't hurt themselves. Hopefully.
It'll be dark.
Yeah, well, it will be dark. Okay. Any other questions of Noel or Bonnie? If not, folks, thank you. Thanks, Noel. Thanks. Okay, we're scheduled for a break, so we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll come back and review the Sheriff's Department.
Noel, what is the date of the eclipse? April 8th, okay. What kind of, okay?
Okay, folks, we'll reconvene with the Sheriff's Department. Let's see, Riley and Jim, just for the hundreds of thousands of people that are looking in today, well, probably not that many, but go ahead. Introduce
129,000 or something like
Well,
that?
so whatever
Okay.
it is. Introduce yourself if you would.
Sure, Sheriff Jim Quattrone.
Riley Unlow, Fiscal Supervisor.
Okay, and folks, what we'll do is briefly go over the new FTEs, and then start through with the budget summary. If we have questions on the line items, we'll ask those at the end. Okay? So, go ahead.
So our FTEs, we have an increase of 1.8, and one FTE is for a crime analyst that we began at the beginning of the year, and that is funded by a grant for our targeted violence prevention.
100%, Jim? Or?
That's correct.
Okay.
And then the .82 is a combination, as we had an operations assistant that was being paid part of it by the DA's office, and he ended up going over there full-time, so we've lost that half. We intend to renew that, and then we also have we're putting in for a full-time mechanic, but that is going to be taking away the part-time. So we're going to take a part-time mechanic and move him to a full-time mechanic. And then the .2 is an analyst that we had previously that was actually assigned to IT, worked for IT, but we paid 20% of her salary.
Okay.
You said mechanic, is that a vehicle mechanic? Or
No, that's a building maintenance. I guess the term they use is mechanic. It's confusing, but.
And how many open positions do you have currently?
We have 38 open positions, and we are actively recruiting for 20 of those.
Are those mostly deputies?
It's a combination. We have one cook, the ones that we're actively recruiting for is one cook, 3 full-time corrections officers, 4 part-time corrections officers, 2 deputy sheriffs, part-time deputy sheriffs, 2 part-time dispatchers, and an operation assistant. The reason we're not doing all of them, when we get approval to hire, that's good for 4 months. And right now, we don't have the qualified candidates. So we are waiting until after the academy is done. And however, we're not real optimistic with the completion of the academy because we only have 5 people in the academy from Chautauqua County. So, and they will likely be hopefully hired by full-time. You know, we have 2 openings, but I think every police agency in Chautauqua County has openings right now.
A total of 10, Jim, at the academy, but only 5 from Chautauqua County?
That's correct.
Okay, any other questions on the FTEs? Out in control? Okay, if not, Riley or Jim, run through the budget summaries if you can.
Like that? You want me to do it? Okay. Just getting our ducks in a row. We see who's going to talk, and she'll correct me.
Oh, okay.
So,
that works.
Yes. Our court officers, which is the majority of that is covered by OCA. We have some slight increases in for the personal services. Looking at 101,000. Again, our costs are paid for by Office of Court Administration. For the majority, we do have some town courts that we paid by the town, as well as the South County, North County office buildings that we provide security for. Dispatch, or 3020. Again, we see with the increase in personal services is primarily due to the CBA. And then our department income, we've increased that, and that's coming from the local alarm law.
What is the local alarm law?
Chautauqua County, and I can't tell you what year is enacted, that anybody that has an alarm has to register it with the county. And then if they have false alarms, they will have to pay a penalty for that.
Like a home security system?
Home security, any security system.
I think it's $25, isn't it?
I believe it is.
And so you've stepped up the enforcement of that?
Part of it is we have operations assistants that are sending the letters out.
Good.
So, yes. Any other? E911 is budget neutral. Oh. I just love saying that.
I've taught you well.
That's always a good thing.
Yes.
Can't go wrong there, Jim. All right.
That's because Marv got his new chair and desk.
Yeah, and kind of going back to that, the dispatch, there, we did have some ARPA funding to remodel both dispatch centers, which are both up and running and complete. So, again, another invite to stop over. I know some of you have already been there, but it's been beneficial to the dispatchers.
I was at the Jamestown facility. Yep.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Okay. Public safety communications.
Again, slight increase, and that's primarily because of the CBA. And then the income we have at that is from our tower use and the fees we have for that. And so part of our interoperability coordinator, his salary is taken out of that.
Okay, technical services.
Okay. And the increases are due to the CBA.
For this as well as the last one.
Correct.
The increase?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Okay. Wireless, Jim?
Is another budget neutral.
You want to get out of here quickly.
Just speaking what I know, which is limited. That's why I have Riley next to me.
That's okay. And Rich in the background.
Well, I'm trying not to look at it because he promised to be harassing me.
Okay. All right. Okay, next.
So 3110, which is deputies patrol. We see increase in personal services, which is more contractual. And then the contractual, we see an increase, which is rather large, but that has to do with the software maintenance increase as well as the purchase of the vehicle, the depreciation that we were, what year was it? We didn't purchase, and then we moved it forward from 2000.
We deferred
2020.
purchases of vehicles in 2020. So it's spread out over 2021 through 2024.
But we already have the vehicles, so, right?
I think we are finally caught up on the vehicles. They were coming in slow. There was no rhyme or reason how quick we were getting them, and then we seemed to get a lot of them all at once.
Yeah.
Chair, if you would. Just in regards to the vehicles and stuff, a couple things. How is the fleet in all, and are you on pace? Is this a good purchase? Are you in line with how you would like to be?
I think we are doing pretty well. Finally got caught up. To be honest, we were a little concerned when we held off during the COVID, but we've got caught back up. And I guess the nice thing during COVID, we weren't as busy. So, we were having less calls and putting less miles on the cars. So overall, I think they're doing well. Our fleet maintenance has done well at maintaining them and keeping them up to date. And we work with the county highway for servicing, which has also been going well.
Any, in regards to electric vehicles, anything that you have heard of in, obviously, school districts are having to switch buses and that. Anything in the pipeline, you think, for,
I am not overly excited about electric vehicles for the fear of if I'm out in Finley Lake in a minus degree weather, I'm not sure. I don't know the technology enough to.
The range is poor. How many miles does the sheriff put on a day typically? You know, I don't think the range would be there for a car,
Now,
especially if it does two shifts.
It would depend on the zone. The thing I can relate it to is years ago, we had propane in our patrol cars. And on a tank of propane, we'd get about 135 to 150 miles. I do recall being stranded on Route 380 in Stockton, waiting for a propane tank to come get me going again. So that's the fear. I don't know if there's rapid charging systems. And
chasing?
so.
He ran out of propane. That's great.
But so
that wasn't you that he was chasing, was it?
I'm not saying anything.
I do know either last year or the year before we had spoken with some county officials about the exploring electric vehicles. Again, until
I'm not an advocate. I just was hopeful that and I think stay on top of that to keep the push out because I don't think it's for certain things it might be beneficial, but for the most part, for what you do, you need gasoline.
Yeah, I would think for a more municipal area, a smaller area, would be more appropriate, but I do worry about being in the outer reaches of the county and not having access. So.
Jim, the reason he asked that question, he's got a lot of stock in Tesla, so that's why he's asking the question.
Well, and the state has a tendency to mandate some of these things or give you, and I just was curious if they had ever mentioned anything to you or you know, no notion that it would be coming to.
Not that I'm aware of. We haven't been mandated yet.
Good.
So.
Dan, you all set? Okay, Jim.
Pistol permit?
Yeah.
So pistol permit, we're a little decrease in the budget. We really don't know what to expect in 2024 with the number of permits because of the new legislation. We had a large increase back in August, and this year so far the numbers have been pretty low coming in, and that's partly because they didn't approve pistol permit courses until later on. So that may increase, but also it's the cost to get a pistol permit now has gone up because of the cost of the training course. So, and difficulty in getting ammunition. So.
Well, with the background checks for ammunition now too.
That's correct.
Jim, as far as the application, has there been any delay in the application process as far as the sheriff's department?
The biggest delay was because of such a large influx of permits that we had coming in. So as far as the process, and I know there's most of the complaints we've got on delays on the pistol permit, we were lacking information from them that we didn't get in. There was some issues with the mail service or we presume the mail service or somebody not getting their permits or the information back.
Okay, because I did hear a few concerns about the length of the application process, but you think it was because of the large number of applications, basically, or?
Yeah. The undersheriff is just motioning that we have one box left from the over 1,200 that we received back in end of August. So
just before the change.
Just before the change.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
So the question came up, the wait time in pistol permit. It's been about a year because of the influx we had in August. We have about one banker box left of that influx, and we've taken in about 50 or 60 new applications. I foresee by the end of the year, the turnaround time is gonna be much quicker. But because we took in so many last August, it's just been a matter of time.
Rich, will we get back to the 2 or 3 months that we used to have?
I
or-
don't see why not.
Okay.
We're not taking in a lot of new applications. They're trickling in at this point. So I foresee here December, January, that turnaround time will be back to maybe 2 to 3 months.
Okay, in this box that you have, what do you think? A backlog of 200 or 300?
Currently,
Yeah.
I would say that we are looking at about 100 to 125 in our
Oh, okay.
applicants in our hand.
Okay.
And she does get through them pretty quick, but when you had 1,200 at the same time, it's just, it was a battle.
And that's the backlog?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, guys. Okay.
Grants?
Jim,
Are you
grants?
good with that?
Sure.
Okay. So our grants, I think the big, the contractual is minus 101,000, but then on our revenue, we also see a decrease of 102. And part of this is, we had a COSAP grant, and so that money was used, and we're not gonna be getting it, but for the mat treatment in the jail.
Okay.
So,
Dan?
As of this point, any notion on any more grant money that it will become available for the MAT program? I just, it's came up in our budget hearing already. We're using kind of some of the last of our opioid money for that.
Mhm.
And next year, we'll be looking for more grant money or ways to fund that, if I'm not mistaken. So is any notion that there will be more grant money available, or do you think more would become available this year?
I'm hoping that there's gonna be more from the state, but I'm not optimistic. They do provide some funding, but as I'm sure Dr. Folk has been in, and spoke about the, really, I would consider extreme costs of the medications that have to be offered in the jail. While they enacted the legislation, and they did state that they were giving us funding for it, that probably provided about a month's worth of cost for that. So we're hoping that it's going to continue to increase. We're continuing to work with OMH and SAMHSA to try to get them to provide more funding to the county. I do know, and I hadn't talked with Dr. Folk a lot. We use Sublocade, which there's probably cheaper medication. My concern with that is you might get cheaper medication, but then there's more cost involved in providing corrections officers to supervise. And then we also have the issue of people sharing their Sublocade and smuggling it around the jail, and they can be pretty creative in the jail.
Okay. You all set then? Okay. Jim, next. The jail.
The jail.
Big increase in personnel services.
And again, that's a big part of that is the collective bargaining
Yeah.
agreement. We, with the jail, we also see not nearly the same increase in revenue, but we do see an increase in revenue. And there's two reasons for that is we're seeing increased revenue because of the tablets. They can do video calls on those, as well as get different programs that they pay for. And then we've increased the daily rate for the federal inmates, so we've seen a slight increase there.
And that increases to what per day? Well, roughly.
114,
100?
yeah. So we were
It
down,
used
I
to be
think,
105?
no, we were down at, I believe at 93.
93,
Yeah,
okay.
before we started negotiating the change.
It was 94.
94.
Yep. So close.
Yeah.
Well, okay, we'll give you that.
He said about.
Yeah, Sure,
True.
sure.
It's true.
Okay, so it's up to 114?
Correct.
Okay. And how many federal prisoners roughly do we have?
Today we have 35
35?
and 155 total in the jail right now, today.
Thanks.
What's the average length of stay?
I can't tell you for the feds. I'm not sure. And the last I knew, I think we were around 2 to 3 months. Yeah. That was, to be honest, pre-bail reform, and I'm not sure exactly where it's at now. You know, because it could be longer just because the people that are in there, you know, we're seeing more people being released. They come in for the centralized arraignment and then are released generally within 24 hours. So, if they come in.
Okay, committee, further questions on the jail?
I have just a question,
Yeah,
small
Dan,
one.
go ahead, please.
Does the jail have any sort of a savings account for building, building projects, future projects?
No.
Capital account, Dan?
Capital account?
We don't. We are working, and that's one of the things with our building maintenance supervisor or mechanic, as it's referred to. You know, we have John Long, who's our, been there the longest, longest full-time, and he's done great work, and we're trying to get ahead of schedule, plan ahead. It's been difficult. We are currently working with Labella and Justice Planners just to get an idea of where we might have to be in the near future as well as 25 to 30 years out. And so they've done some planning. We're meeting with them again end of this month to review. I know the initial review with them was kind of staggering, the cost, but we also are concerned about the linear section of the jail and how long that's going to be useful. So, as you've been in there, so you.
Sure.
Yeah.
And have you built in some costs for those fees that you're gonna be doing this? Some, town of Arkwright's realizing it costs a lot of money to have these companies come in and do some surveys and stuff of buildings and conditions.
Yeah.
And so it's.
Yeah, we
pricey.
used, for this study, we used ARPA funding.
Okay, yeah.
We're going to act on that as soon as we can. Yeah, it's been taken a little longer than I would have liked for them, and but they are going to be getting back. We're going to be going through. They've given us initially 2 plans to stay on campus, and they're going to give us 2 plans if we decide to move off campus. Not that we're going to do that, but I wanted as many options as we could have, and so they are providing those for us. We haven't got the 2 for off campus yet. So.
Sheriff, just to explain, the 2 plans are, one, if we're going to be housing federal inmates on an ongoing basis, and the other plan is if we're not.
That is correct, and so I'm going to get, again, an estimate on the numbers because I can't visualize the plan, but one's for like 156 inmates, and the other one is for 288. And they're kind of, again, doing a long-term planning, and 5 years, 10 years. I think they go out for 30 years or 35 years, so, which will all be retired. Maybe not you.
Except for Scudder, he'll still be here.
He's the senior man, that's how you talk to me.
Apparently. Anything else, Jim?
No, sir.
Okay. Sorry, Chris. That's all right. Anything else from Audit Control? Okay, Jim, next, what, navigation again?
Navigation.
Okay.
Again, a slight increase, again, with the personal services, and that would have to be to do with the contractual increases.
What is the missing SS vehicle?
I think the missing is supposed to be crossed
That was a
off.
Yeah, so it was a previous note, when it went to the county executive, the allocation hadn't been put in at that time from finance, but it has been put in. That 15,600 increase is the SS vehicle allocation, and that's,
Jet
the
skis.
snowmobiles.
Jet skis.
What?
Jet skis.
Jet skis that we purchased last year that go on 2024, 25, 26, and 27.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else, committee? Okay, Jim, next, DWI?
I think the two decreases, you see for contractual, we decreased for our lodging, fuel, and subscriptions, and then some of the other expenses due to the trends that are going on. And then in the revenue for fines and forfeitures, we also decreased that at 50,000, which is adjusted, again, due to the trends.
Jim, as far as the subscriptions and the trends, any chance of decreasing that anymore? Or do you think a decrease of 10,000 is, well, either you or Riley, do you think that's realistic?
I do think it's realistic. Some of those costs, we need to continue to keep the program running. Some of the subscriptions and the other expenses are really helping us to perform the enforcement and keeping the vehicles out there.
Okay.
And Sheriff, would you spend a moment and explain that the revenue decrease is a function of DWI fines that are due to the county that are not being collected by the courts?
Yeah, I get sometimes confused on fines versus surcharges, but we're not getting all the money that, so a defendant can pay. I'm not sure if it's the fine or the surcharge, which one it happens. I'm looking, maybe Derek could help me with that, but once that gets done, the courts don't follow up on it, and there's not really a mechanism to enforce that and continue that. What we are looking at in with Riley, who used to work or still does work in a town court, and maybe Mr. Dando, who also is familiar with the town court, we have had contracted with a collection agency, but we were having a hard time figuring out exactly how we could give the information to the collection agency to get them working on that. And that's something we're going to continue to look into to see if we can at least recoup some of those costs. In the last analysis that was done, that is, close to $1 million in fees that over several years that haven't been paid.
Jim, I think there's some of us that aren't clear. Do the surcharges go to the state and the fines come to the county?
I believe that's the case, but I'm not clear either. I get confused on the two of them.
That makes
but
three of us, I
yeah,
guess.
but I
So,
think it's,
okay.
I believe the surcharge does go to the state.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and
the fines come to
fines
the-
would come through and then they end up going to the state, but then we get reimbursed from the state.
But the problem is we're not able to collect those
Correct.
fines?
Correct.
And it doesn't, if, that fine doesn't stay connected to them, must be if they're come in on some other charge, must be, is that what the
Yeah, they are not, as far as I know, they're not suspending the licenses
Sure.
for that.
Yeah.
So, and
So there's no way to catch them really?
correct.
So from my soapbox, legislation allows for fines or surcharges, I'm not sure which, to come to the county, which would fund our targeted enforcement of DWI laws.
Correct.
But since the courts are not fulfilling that legislation, we're not receiving the revenue to do the targeted enforcement of the DWI laws.
Correct. correct, we're not getting, the reimbursement from the state through the Stop DWI program. And, and some of that has to do, I think the fines are lower, and, our convictions aren't always, we've got put in a behind schedule again with COVID, with courts being closed. We're hopefully getting caught up, but I think priorities have been focused on other types of charges versus the DWI follow through. But
Yeah, Jim, this may be something the legislature will have to look into, because $50,000 is a lot of money. So maybe we'll have to look into this as far as the local courts are concerned.
And did you say it's $1 million in bulk?
This is over many years. Again,
That's
several
my
years.
point. Yeah, so it's not just 50, Terry. It's been compiled for the last 20 years.
Well, 50,000 for next year.
Next year.
Sure.
$50,000 decrease, but you're right. Cumulatively, it's a lot more money. So, yeah, maybe this is something the legislature will have to look into, to maybe possibly have a motion or something to the state to try to rectify the situation. So,
Yes, and Dan, you may be recalling or referring to the study that was done several years ago by Madeline Cantaguglia.
Yes.
That looked back at the history of the fines that were not collected and transmitted to the county, and it was a substantial number. And I don't remember exactly, but $1 million may be in the ballpark.
Yeah, I have a copy of that study and the research she did for that. And she'd probably be the best one to explain that.
Yeah, huge number.
yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe there's not a mechanism for collecting that already in place. Makes no sense.
Okay, and let's see, Jim, I guess that's it. The next page is just a recap, I guess, of the office of the sheriff.
Correct.
Okay, public safety, any questions of Riley or Jim as far as line items? Audit and control, line item questions? Okay, Riley and Jim, I think you're all set then. Thank you, nice presentation.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Okay.
Riley did a great job of preparing the presentation for the sheriff.
There is,
But she's relatively new.
there is no doubt that there was some education going on in the last few days.
Good job, Riley.
And thanks, Jen.
Actually, we should say there's been education going on in the last 5 years.
Could be. Okay, next we have the public defender, which is, what's that?
Yes.
You guys are, yes.
I just saw it. That's all there.
I wonder if he had to
Really?
run through that or something.
Thank you for the access, we're gonna need you for
Yeah, that's why I was so happy to see that we were before that. Other than he talked.
Before lunch.
Oh, yeah. So I'm pretty sure.
They get their money.
No, that's exactly what I think.
I just wanted to find stuff to us, we don't always get.
The town court would get the fine, they send it to us. We get a check. I don't know how often they check right there. How often they check on the state. Yeah, it might be like more once a quarter.
Yeah, annually.
I don't know. Right.
And 2 months later.
It's the same for 3 years.
Yeah, I know. I did too, I went there.
I have a little more.
I went there and the camera down. It's not forever.
Yeah, for and honestly, the last, well, since I've been taking, it's actually more than do you drive? The last I haven't seen anything the last 3 years.
Okay, folks, we'll reconvene. Next up for the 2024 budget hearings, Public Defender. Folks, what we'll do is we'll go over the FTEs, we'll go over the budget summaries, and then if we have any questions on line items, we'll ask those afterward. But before we get started, just for the folks at home, Derek.
Derek Gregory for the Public Defender's Office.
Ned Barone, Public Defender.
Candace Peterson, Grant Specialist, Grant Officer.
Okay, guys, go ahead.
Good morning. And again, I just would like to preface our review of the proposed budget for the Chautauqua County Public Defender's Office with just a brief couple of items. Again, we appreciate the work and the cooperation from finance, from Kitty Crow and Jennifer Swan in preparing the budget this year and getting it to everyone. We were delighted with where we came out with our final figures as far as the cost to the county or any increased cost to the county and increase in the budget this year. This past year, one of the things I would like to just note in preparing these budgets for our department, one of the things that sometimes gets lost in the shuffle, and I was reminded of this when I was got a phone call from the county exec's office not too long ago about the budget and just having a couple questions on some things. What came to my attention once again was that our department, our program, everything we do in the Chautauqua County Public Defender's Office is mandated. So these programs that we run and the budget is all based on mandated programs. And that goes back to 1963 when Gideon was first established, creating an individual's right to be represented by counsel at all criminal proceedings. And sometimes we lose sight of the fact how important that truly is. And it goes beyond just the right to be represented during the criminal proceedings, but in addition, it's extended out to family court and being represented effectively in family court as well. And the cost involved in these mandated programs, of course, every year, whether you like it or you don't, there's adjustments. And there's new developments, not only in the criminal representation, but also in family court. And sometimes we lose sight of the fact that we also have a very, very busy family court division, which this budget takes into account for. And I know that Candace ran our numbers for just last year and this year in family court. And last year, what was our numbers?
1,357.
So we had our family court division 1,357 cases we handled last year. And that was, quite frankly, that was being handled by anywhere between 2 and 5 attorneys throughout the year. We're short a couple of attorneys. I had to step in on a number of occasions and handle some of those cases as well. So you can see how heavy that load is. And a couple of years ago, I came and approached the legislature looking for additional funds to hire additional attorneys in the family court division as well as support staff. And we were successful in being this past year getting a grant from Indigent Legal Services for our family court division. And I might point out that we were only one of a handful of counties in the state that were awarded those grants. And a big part of that goes to Candace and Derek and Heather Abelli in acquiring that particular grant, because we had to write it, we had to research it out and present it to the state in a way that would convince them that this county needed additional help. And what that did was it reduced this county's local, it reduced any possibility of the county having to kick in or try to come up with some funding for the additional staff we need in family court. So I'm very proud of that fact, and that was a $750,000 grant we got from the state, payable over a 3-year period. What that meant was we were able to hire on an additional attorney, full-time assistant public defender, which we've done. And we also are able to hire a full-time caseworker for our family court division, as well as support staff, clerical. So all of that is tremendous. And unfortunately, we're in a department that every year our numbers keep increasing for a number of different reasons. But as the numbers increase, so do our responsibilities. And it becomes a bigger and bigger strain on the department. But I'm proud of the fact that we've been able to efficiently and effectively give the county a good product. And that's the way I look at it with our public defender's office, is that this year's budget has only been increased by 0.5%, and it comes out to a little bit more than $10,000 over last year's budget. And even though that has a 5% contingency fund that was worked into it and recommended by finance, which can have its own issues down the road at times, but that's still a minimal increase considering our caseloads, not only in family court, but in our criminal division, have increased tremendously. I'm proud of the fact that we've been able to do that. And one other note, and this loops into the financial end of things, because of the efficiency of our department, and the kudos has to go out to Heather Abelli, Candace Peterson, and Derek Gregory. That's our kind of our financial unit. That's our grant unit. That's our indigent legal services unit. And 3 of them work hand in hand on everything within the confinements of representing clients, which is unique in and of itself and poses its own problems and concerns because of confidentiality and a number of other issues that, when you're dealing with finances in the public defender's office, it takes on a whole different, a whole host of other problems. So you have to be very careful, and they've been able to do that. But most importantly, and I just signed, I know the other day, Candace brought to me a voucher for a little over $2 million. And that was for the ILS voucher, $2,127,617. We now, and it's been several years working at this with ILS and with ourselves, and it's been trial and error, but what I'm really proud of, and it goes to Kathleen Dennison and Pierre working with us over the last couple of years in getting these voucher payments. Our claims are being submitted in an absolutely timely fashion, and we're getting paid on time. And that's a huge benefit to the county. So you don't have to keep chasing these grant monies. And it's all because, again, of our unit that works within our department and is able to deal with not only us, but with ILS as well. And so we've come a long way financially, and I think we continue to grow. But most importantly, the bottom line still is putting out one of the best products in the state. And I do believe that we have one of the best public defender offices in New York State, without question. And that's reflected in one of the lowest, second lowest conviction rate in New York State. Think about that for a second. That's every county in New York State. One of the highest acquittal rates in New York State. And that's this department, that's this county. So we not only kept this budget for this year to a very, very minimal increase, but again, the product that we're giving our community and giving the legislature, I think, is one of the best products in the state. It's effectively representing each and every client that we have that comes through our doors, both in the criminal division and family court division. And one other note I might just add, and this goes to, again, to Pierre's involvement with us and Deb Mikowski from personnel. But apparently their website's getting out there with recruitment purposes for assistant PDs. And I've just hired a new attorney, senior attorney with years of experience from Erie County. And he got it off the website and what personnel did. And I'm just interviewing tomorrow another senior attorney from the Bronx who's an ex-prosecutor that's coming in for a position as an assistant PD. And again, got it off the web. And we just hired someone 3 weeks ago. So our attorneys have increased. We're up over 20 attorneys, total attorneys. So we're getting even closer to the standard that ILS has set for us. So I think I just want to say, again, preface a lot of this with the fact that we're very proud of the budget we have, what we've put there for everyone to consider. It's a minimal increase at best. Again, it was 0.5% from last year, and that's with an increase in caseloads. But it certainly, our FTEs, by the way, when you get to that, you'll see the other thing is that we remain the same number, 63 in our proposed budget. We currently have 20 total open positions that are HREL or ILS funded. And we're actively recruiting those and trying to get those situated. And a big part of that, again, is the attorney shortage. But I think overall, we've got a really good budget that we've worked hard on. And
Now, Ned, your recruitment has been successful as far as new attorneys?
yes, yeah, I think that it's encouraging with what we've seen. Anyway,
Could you send some of these people to the district attorney's office?
well,
Just
again,
kidding,
I've
just
said
kidding.
this before, and I talked to Pat Slagle about this, and you know, I think that it's the sort of thing that, you know, I do have to say this: every attorney that comes in and is looking for employment in our department, I have one requirement. Well, actually a couple, but they have to, of course, be admitted to New York State to practice. But the other requirement is I don't really care if you've done any have criminal experience or have done that type of work. You just want to be able to help people. And if you're willing to help people and work with people and try to do your best, and that's what I rely on. And you know, we've been recognized through a couple of different awards this past year, and at the state level and national level. And quite frankly, it's a reflection on each and every individual in our department. And I've said this, and I do mean this. It's the work the county's done with me and our department over the years, and recognizing the fact that you know, it's a bigger picture. And I think it's not just about, this really goes beyond convictions and acquittals, and this is about helping the community, because the holistic approach we take, and don't forget, we're involved in so much in the community now, but it's more about helping each individual that comes through our doors and making sure that they don't recommit, or doing what we can to try and solve their underlying issue. That's the holistic approach. And I think that's, you know, keeping our eye on the big picture. And I've always said it, we're all in it together. And as a matter of fact, I deal with Sheriff Quattrone on a lot of different things together. We work together, and we realize that it's best for the community. And at the end of the day, each one of you have to go back to your constituents and the members of the community and explain these different things. And, you know, we take, look at, I've told everyone in our office, we take pride in what we do. Every time I go out there, you gotta recognize we're doing this not only for ourselves, but most importantly, our client, our county, and our community. So take pride in what you do, and I think it's, you know, the people we've gotten that have applied to our department have been referred over from other agencies, from other people in the community. At the state level, I've gotten people being referred from downstate. So I think it's just recognition for how well our department has done. And it's again, it's all because of each person in the department.
Netta, you guys do a great job, and we appreciate it, really. Okay, as far as your full-time employees, it looks like you're adding a senior caseworker, but you're also, excuse me, eliminating some clerk 2 positions. At the same time, you're adding some interns. Do you want to address your FTEs
Yes.
briefly?
Sure.
Okay.
It's a good question, Terry, because the 3 clerk 2 positions which we're losing in the FTEs were actually a result of ILS, or Indigent Legal Services, refusing to fund or to supplement those costs for the 3 clerk positions. You know, at first I was a little confused why ILS wouldn't want to approve any funding for those 3 positions, because they are, clerk 2 positions are important, and since we maintain 3 separate offices in the county. But at the same time, it was explained to me that part of their approach is that with the hiring, with the higher amount of assistant PDs they're requiring us to hire, they now expect the younger attorneys or the new generation of attorneys to come in and be able to handle a lot of their own prep work on their own. For example, there's, you know, they're proficient with computers. If it was me relying on it, I wouldn't get anything out. But for the younger attorneys, geez, they do most of the work themselves on these computers. So they eliminated that, and as a result, we actually were able to create the 2 intern positions, and we found that with the interns, actually we get a pretty good product. And a lot of the work that the clerk 2s were or may have been doing, the interns can end up not only doing those jobs, but a lot more, depending on what type of interns they are. They're either from one of the local colleges or they're from a law school. And so they're very capable people, and so that's what we ended up doing with them.
So your additional interns offset your 3 lost clerk positions,
Yes,
basically?
and
Okay.
in addition, a senior caseworker, I think that was in Jamestown, wasn't it, Candace? Yeah, we lost a senior caseworker too.
I see that. Okay. Okay, public safety, any questions on the FTEs?
So, Ned, you indicated you currently have 20 open positions on the Harrell Herring grant. Do you have any open positions in the public defender office?
The local share? Oh, I'm sorry.
I can
Oh,
approach it another way. How many total open positions do you have today?
Oh, we have, is it 23?
23. For the local share, we have a senior caseworker, assistant public defender, and a clerk 2 position open.
Okay.
And then under the Harrell Herring grant, we have 20 positions open. I can tell you the specific positions if you want.
Nope. I would like to point out that for the Harrell Herring grant, if we have an open position and we don't fill it, we don't spend the money, we don't get the reimbursement. So it's no harm, no foul. Whereas with the local, if you have an open position and you don't fill it, we've already collected the tax revenue for it. So that's why we have instituted, or the finance department has instituted the open position savings.
That's the 5% savings, yes.
Exactly. Not necessary for the Harrell Herring grant, because if you have an open position, we just don't get the reimbursement.
I would note, though, Chairman, for instance, with respect to the senior caseworker, that position is fully funded by the Upstate Family Defense Grant. Again, if we don't fill the position, we don't get any revenue.
You can do better, Derek. You can figure out a way.
That's what I tell them.
Find another way.
But with respect to the assistant public defender and the clerk too, yes.
Thank you.
And I would point out that I know Jennifer, we got an email back, and Jennifer and Kitty have explained that as well. And yeah, Derek and me talked about that this morning, actually reviewed that once again. You know, and the APD position that's vacant, that's part of that 5% contingency fund, that could even actually, it's very likely could be filled tomorrow with this one interview. But
good.
Okay, audit and control, anything on the FTEs? Okay, if not, Ned, account A1170, public defender, do you want to just summarize that if you would?
yeah, yes.
You want me to summarize?
Yeah, do you want to go ahead and do the 1170?
Okay, the 1170 account is essentially our local share account, even though we do receive substantial revenue from other grants other than the Harrell Herring grant, and then we do allocate some of the money from the Harrell Herring grant to 1170 as well for certain expenditures related to the local share attorneys and staff. But in essence, personnel services have went up $179,684, and that's primarily related to the CSEA contract negotiations and the management plan. Equipment went up $6,500. That's related to a grant that's paid for by the Family Defense Grant for furniture and other related items. With respect to our contractual, it's went up $455 from last year. Benefits went up $115,000 539, that again is related to CSEA and management. And then our overall aid went up 291,000, which is primarily related to the $250,000 family defense grant that we received, and then we're receiving a fourth upstate quality improvement grant, which is 100,000 related to some other grants. So the net result for local share is 10,342.
Okay, Derek, thank you. Public safety, questions on this department? Audit and control?
I do a little bit.
Go ahead.
Derek, just looking at the New York State aid account across the line, you know, it's been a little bit of a roller coaster. And even, you know, obviously there's some new grants acquired there that you spoke of. Do you know how much, even the newest net had said it was $750,000, the last award? How much are you expending of that this year? You know, it shows that also that we have an amended budget this year of 1.1 million, and we're projected that we're gonna only have 934. Just a little explanation there of that account and why it's kind of gone up and down so much over the last few years.
For instance, the defense, the family defense grant, the contract start date was as of January 1st. It's taken a while to hire an attorney for the position, and the senior caseworker that was referenced, we're still in the process of hiring that person. So even though that we have the grant, we're not going to have any revenue from it until we have associated expenses.
Okay.
And then the other thing, it may skew the results a little bit, especially between the 2023 adopted and amended budget, was we previously appeared before both audit and control and public safety on the third upstate family grant, which was $300,000, essentially in revenue that we did not anticipate or expect that we were going to receive, but ILS gave us the funds, so that might have skewed things slightly.
If you got it, spend it.
So
It's a good thing, you know, and it's good that I'm seeing that increase, and that's what I wanted to ask, and also the longevity of some of those for the continuation.
For the ILS programs, yeah, those were always difficult to say. We went, back and forth on this for a few years, and quite frankly, it's a legitimate question, and it's a concern. But Friday, I was out in Albany, and I met with Patricia Worth, and she's just going to the, she's presenting her budget to the state again, and she's the director of ILS. And she's very confident at the state level that everything's going to continue. We had the extension of everything over into the 5th year with no issues. And again, I think I don't have any real reason to say this other than what we've seen happening the last few years, is that at some point things are becoming much more regionalized with indigent defense in New York State. For example, in our area, we're really kind of, emerging, our county, we're emerging as the dominant county throughout the southern tier, without question, even over Broome County. And we're the largest law office throughout the entire southern tier, throughout central New York. And so I think what you're seeing develop, which of course I think is great, is that we're continuing to develop a lot of these programs we've already had funding on, but they're becoming even more expanded. And I think what you'll start seeing is more regionalization. For example, we're the hub with perhaps Allegheny, Cat, Steuben, all those counties rolling in with us in some way, or looking to us for assistance or help or guidance, whatever it may be. You see ILS setting up regionalization programs in Erie County with attorneys that they send from the state to assist different counties. And so, to answer your question, I think that it's very secure. I think that they're going to continue. I was told on Friday that this family court grant that we just got is brand new. We were one of the first recipients of that grant. And Friday talked about the use of those new attorneys and the new funding to intervene with the departments of Health and Human Services throughout the state in intervening and preventing child neglect petitions from being filed, using our resources to avoid those additional costs to the counties. So these grants, I think, are being developed not only for effective representation, but more importantly, to help with the overall cost of different programs in the counties, because you see such an increase with those family court cases because of the departments and mental health and the support matters, everything else. So I think you're going to see that that's going to increase, like our criminal divisions had increased. Those fundings will become more and more and more. And I think it's, pretty confident. Again, the only other thing I might add, and Pierre had asked about this early on when we met with ILS, is that if for any reason that funding at the state level is not, if they don't approve any of those, continued funding, the county isn't under any obligation to continue those Harrell positions. So, but again, it's about the bottom line is effective representation. And they see those big family court numbers like I just talked about. And that's throughout the state, those big numbers. And they're becoming worse and worse, quite frankly. They keep going up. And it's because of a number of different things, but they have to deal with those. And you deal with it by effectively representing the client in family court. And if you only have a handful of attorneys and you've got thousands of cases, you really can't do it. I mean, you can do your best, but no one should kid themselves. You can't do the job you're supposed to do. And so that's what they want to avoid. So you're going to see continued funding and increased funding on that. So.
Okay. Dan, anything else? Okay, that brings us to the Harrell category. Derek or Ned?
So the Harrell is, however you want to phrase it, it's essentially local share neutral. All the expenses related to Harrell are supposed to be covered by revenue. Again, with personnel services went down $205,000. That's basically because the 3 clerk positions were eliminated and a caseworker, which we had the title and the position number was shifted to the 1170 account and is being paid for by the Family Defense Grant. Equipment went up $22,000 based upon the needs of the office, and I just want to note that this particular, the Harrell Herring grant that we have now, the 5-year contract that was extended ends on March 31st. We have a substantial amount of carryover funds that we're trying to ILS is giving us an opportunity to use some of that money for our needs before the contract runs out. So we've identified equipment needs of an additional 22,000, so that we have a realistic budget for 2024. Contractual went up 177,000, basically because that's until we have the new contract that starts as of April 1st. We're not exactly sure what ILS is going to allow us to spend that money on. So that money has been put under contractual, under other expenses. And then once we know what our new contract is going to consist of, we can make any necessary budget adjustments. Employee benefits went up because of benefits. And then again, New York State aid, the 21,828 is in addition to our normal revenue under Harrell Herring, that's also been adjusted in anticipation that they'll let us cover additional equipment needs. And I just wanted to note, we are up to date. We're going to be able to, for year 6, we're now in year 6. The first quarter ended on June 30th. The second quarter ended on September 30th. Now, with the fact that we vouchered for year 5, we can now start vouchering quarterly for year 6, and by the end of the year, hopefully we should have all the vouchers in and be 100% up to date.
You just answered one of my questions, Derek, so thank you. Okay. All right, anything else on the Harrell grant?
No, you're.
Okay. Committee questions on the Harrell grant? Audit and control? Okay. Let's see, the next page is basically a summary. Okay. Anything else, folks from the Public Defender's Office?
No, the only other thing that Derek and me discussed this morning about the budget, our proposal, is we took into consideration a lot of things that Jennifer and Kitty had talked to us about, with trying to be a little more responsive to some areas that we projected costs to be more than what they actually were from last year. And that's something that they had talked to us about. And so we changed around a few things, and, you know, we're hoping we're on line. We should be, but I think that was part of the reason why we were able to come in as low as we did. It was just, you know, trying to be more responsive to things we just thought we'd end up spending more money on, you know, and you just don't know sometimes. For example, like expert witness fees. It just depends on the types of cases you get and the number of cases you get in certain areas, and you can go a few months with spending minimal amount in that area. But so that's something I know that Candace and Heather and Derek really spent time on, and we had all had some input on that. And so hopefully we're right on line with that. But yeah, like I said, I thought given the increase in our workloads and everything else that's going on, the projected costs I think we're in pretty good shape.
Ned, before you guys leave, I forgot to ask about line item requests. Does anybody have any questions on the line items for the public defender? Public safety? Audit and control?
Just a comment, Derek covered the other category, and Jay Gould always hated the other category, and one of those other expenses went up 4,932%, so it was a question and you covered it. So Jay got his question in about the hating other expenses.
Even though he's not here.
Even though he's not here.
He had his question.
But you answered it, so.
You know what, Derek, I have just one question. Legal services, it looks like it's gone up significantly. Is this because of maybe conflict of interest with some of the public defenders? That's on page 2 of 5, under public defender. It's account number 1170-45330.
Well,
Legal services.
Legal services, Ned can expound on this a little more. I will just explain what it's for. It went up for expert services.
Expert services.
And because expert services are a significant expense, and, you know, in order to provide effective legal representation, that includes expenditures for experts, and it's easy to, you know, one expert can, depending on the nature of the expert, can cost $50,000, so.
Yeah. I just wondered because it's up 500%.
Well, if I may, if you don't mind, Derek, I think, you know, what we try to do is, as best we can, is I'll take a look at our trial calendars and the cases that we have currently pending, and try to get a hold, because it's really anticipating what type of experts we might need, and to move quickly on each particular case. So I've got to take a look at each case that comes in. I have to evaluate the case, because one of the things New York State Court of Appeals has ruled time and time again, it's ineffective assistance of counsel if you don't properly use an expert witness for either, one, evaluating your case or defenses, or two, having that expert testify at trial. So it requires us to step in early and make that determination. But how do you make that determination? Well, again, it depends. We've got a couple cases right now, several. One in particular that could actually, the cost could be significant if experts testify at trial. Could be significant, and it could eat up a big part of that $500,000. So it's more of an anticipatory type of cost, and you just don't know sometimes. But it's become, I guess it depends on how you look at it, but it's absolutely necessary. The one thing I might add, and I'm sure that some people are asking, well, okay, so what if it's ineffective assistance of counsel? Or what happens? Well, let me tell you, it's not good. And ultimately, here's the problem. If there's ineffective assistance of counsel, you can pay me now or you can pay me later, because it comes back to bite the county in the ass, long-term cost-wise, because you've got additional appeals to do, you've got retrials to do, you've got perhaps
Case is overturned.
Case is overturned. You've got perhaps civil litigation, lawsuits, a number of different things. It opens up Pandora's box. And insurance to the counties could be, it affects everything you can think of. I will tell you, and this, you can go and look, in 12 years as your chief public defender, I have not had ever one case that's been ever returned for ineffective assistance of counsel. Not one. And I'm not going to start now. And the cost of the expert fees is extremely important. But the bottom line is that it's amazing the things you learn when you're prepping these cases. And, you know, ultimately, it's extremely important, and that's why the cost, we just don't want to sell ourselves short on that.
It was a big increase, therefore the question.
Yeah, and I wish I could tell you for confidentiality purposes, but there's probably 4 cases I can think off the top of my head that would eat up the bulk of that.
Okay.
And again, they may not ever be incurred even. We don't know that at this point, but we have to assume they are.
Okay. All right, committees, anything else?
Just one question, Derek or Candace or whatever. How do you determine, like, say I'm an expert, how do you determine what I get? Does the expert determine to say, hey, I want $5,000 a day, or is it?
I can say that we don't really have a tremendous bargaining position. A lot of these experts are in high demand, and basically they tell you what their fees are, and it comes down to whether or not you want that particular expert or you want to shop around.
And that's a great question, because there is no rhyme or reason. You get some general idea. I mean, I've had some really, really crazy quotes on things. And, you know, the county has us go through a whole process in qualifying and being able to enter into the contracts with the experts. And sometimes the figures that you're hit with, it's just kind of mind-boggling. And you know, how do I say this? So after all these years, I've maintained a list of experts, and I've got a pretty good feel of who I trust as an expert, who we can get most cost effective as an expert and give us the biggest bang for our buck. And it's amazing. I mean, once you get out there and you're doing trial work and you're a trial attorney, you know who cuts it and who doesn't. And you always try to have backup, but we've really done a really good job with our experts. And again, it comes down, Heather and Candace work with them closely, and each one of our attorneys, our experts that we have, we're able to call on a moment's notice and just talk to. Hey, look, and they'll talk to us. And I mean, that's the kind of relationship we built up. You know, you may run into a situation once in a while where you got to go out of your own network for an expert. And that can be a little more costly for our department because we're not used to somebody. But it's amazing on how many experts are out there, and there's an expert on everything now. And that's what's, I think, sometimes a little ridiculous, but, you know, who am I to say? But anyway, it's...
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask, I assume that the district attorney's office would have the same type of cost? When we had that meeting earlier, and I don't recall that coming up, and it's really not a question for you, but.
Yeah, you know, that is a good question.
Yeah.
And I don't, most of the experts that you come across in any criminal proceeding will testify for both the defense and prosecutors. Mm-hmm. Some experts are more prosecutor friendly, let's say. They just they seem to gravitate that way or gravitate toward defense, but usually, and their cost is going to be the same, unless they've worked out a special rate with the district attorney or with the public defender. Now, I know, like I said, I told Bob that a lot of the experts we have, I've built up a relationship with. So they may do me the favor of just, you know, getting a call from one of the attorneys. I'll tell one of the attorneys, call up so-and-so and just ask her what she thinks, what's her gut feeling on this. And so we can cut through a lot of the cost or minimal cost, but the rates are going to be pretty much the same. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to, and look, the reality is, you get a good feel. All you need is one expert to not do too well at a trial. I mean, you'll be able to see what that expert really is like when they get into that courtroom, and they're put through any direct or cross-examination. And, you know, and you sit there and you say, wow, this is not good, or, you know, I'm not paying this anymore, you know, I mean, but, yeah, it's pretty interesting, and
I'm guessing the difference between the public defender and the district attorney, though, are the ramifications of not using an expert witness?
yes,
The-
absolutely.
I
The consequences could be extremely different. The district attorney, it's up to them to present their case. They've got the burden of proof. It's up to them to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the accusations they've lodged or the accusations contained in the indictment. Now, if, for example, they don't prove their case by not calling an expert, that's not ineffective assistance of counsel. They just don't get a conviction. If they don't always need an expert, and most trials, you won't find an expert. But what you will find with district attorneys, not just in this county, but throughout the state, throughout the country, they become reliant on a handful of experts that they call in certain types of cases. And it's like, I just recently had a trial in this county a month or two ago. We got an acquittal. District attorney called an expert. I didn't. Didn't even think about it because of the situation. District attorney decided he needed one, but it didn't. It still got an acquittal. So it just depends on the situation, but that again is an interesting question. And I got to tell you, I've never, I don't know. Every DA, every prosecutor, and Derek used to be a prosecutor. So they all do cases differently, how they decide to prosecute a case. And, but.
Thank you.
Oh, sure.
All right, not seeing anything else.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I could, I'd just like to shine a spotlight on something that Ned referred to in his early comments, and that is the excellent collaboration and cooperation between the Public Defender's Office and the Human Resources Office. We had been struggling with two issues in particular. One was turnover in the Public Defender's Office that was higher than what we would prefer, and a difficulty in recruitment. And the two departments got together and effectively addressed the root cause of both of those issues and have taken steps to rectify, and as Ned indicated earlier, their recruitment and retention has been much better. So my congratulations and appreciation go out to both those departments.
Thank you very much, Pierre. I appreciate that.
We'll talk later.
Yeah, and Deb Mikowski, I'll put in a plug for her because she was tremendous, and Deb really has helped us out, and everyone in our office knows the first thing I do is call Deb up if I've got a question or anything, because it's so confusing with everything with personnel. And but she's done, she really stepped forward. She did a fantastic job putting these recruitment efforts together, and Pierre was the one that brokered the whole deal. So and so we are appreciative of it very much.
Mediator.
Okay. All right, if there's nothing else, Ned, thank you. Derek, thank you. And Candace, thank you.
Thank you.
You guys do a great job. Thanks for everything you do for the county. We
Thank-
appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Terry. Thanks for all your help and support. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, next, folks, we'll do unified courts.
Thank you.
Jen, you'll be able to help us out with unified courts?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
You
Katie
wanna-
and I will.
You want to come up here or
Sure.
back from there?
We can come up.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Why didn't ask him?
Sensitive.
Okay, okay, Jen, Kitty, just for the record, and then go ahead and start. You know more about unified courts than we do.
Well, I don't know about that, but
No, you do,
we
I'm
just
sure.
present the budget.
Okay.
Kitty Crow, Director of Finance.
Jennifer Swan, Budget Director.
Okay. And guys, this is budget, category number 2,
Yeah.
Yes.
as far as the departments? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so there's a couple of accounts grouped under unified courts that are, I guess, not directly fall under another, like the district attorney or the public defender, so we've grouped them here. They're the responsibility of the county. So kind of years ago, we created this grouping. The first being the indigent services for child custody. At one point, that was under the county attorney's office. But that's for, similar to the conflict administrator, it's, conflict cases related to child custody that the law department is obligated to cover. We have contracted out that work over the past several years, and the increases are just associated with that contract. I believe that we even, Patrick Slagle is here and can speak on this as well. For the child custody, did we not?
Is that Southern Tier? Kitty?
No, that's Law New York contract, right?
Law New York.
We have been having difficulty negotiating a new contract with them, and we may need to revisit how we will deliver these services. Patrick, if you want to add any comments to that, feel free to come down.
I don't know if the committee's going to be here.
Patrick Slagle, County Attorney.
Thanks, Ben.
So, for a long time, since 2014, we had Legal Assistance of Western New York, Law New York, take those conflict cases, the indigent representation cases. They have just recently, I think it's October, right? I can't believe it. As of September, indicated that they cannot continue that contract into next year. The issue with that is we're paying Law New York about $152,000 this past year to take about 200 cases. Now, if you look at what the cases that they took and the hours that they worked on those cases, if you were to shift those over to the 18B line, it's about $500,000 that you pay, assigned attorneys to take that same amount of cases. Before Law New York had taken those cases in 2014, the county attorney's office actually handled those cases. I'm currently looking at what we can do to do that again. We have an RFP out there looking for another legal aid possibly to step in. In the past, it's been unsuccessful trying to find another legal aid, so it looks like in order to save the county this potentially $500,000 increase, my office could potentially take those custody cases. That's going to be a hefty load on my office. We think we can help out. Hopefully by the beginning of next year, we'd have that paralegal position filled to help out. Would we need another attorney possibly? But in the short term, it could be a way to save the county some money to take those cases in my office. But definitely, Law New York has said they cannot continue next year, and so that contract with them will end at the end of this year. And if we don't do anything, it's going to be about a $500,000 increase.
Okay. Any questions on that before we go to the next
couple of accounts.
Yes.
Thanks, Patrick.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay, Marty, go ahead.
So you're increasing at 51,000 for,
That was the initial projection of what renewing the contract would
Oh, okay.
cost. And since that time, Patrick just a couple weeks ago got more information that they're not willing to renew the contract.
Okay.
So he's working on Plan B.
I missed that. Okay. I apologize.
Or Plan C, I should say.
Yeah. Well, and just to go down Plan B and C route, I mean, thank you for asking.
Is there a
but-
C route?
But also, you know, you've already presented your budget. Have you anticipated that extra duty and that extra work and that, or would that be something down the road that you're gonna have to possibly add that extra attorney into your budget?
Yes, that would be something we'd have to, you know, amend later on.
Okay.
You know, again, if if we do nothing and legally, there's nothing requiring the county attorney's office to take that on. So if nothing happens, you know, there's potential of 500,000 plus could hit the county budget. So even if we hired another attorney, it's still gonna be a savings
get-
of.
Yeah, and it
Yeah.
would get charged to this account. So if he hired and was able to successfully hire somebody, they would just be billed to this account, so.
Well, and we know it's difficult to hire that person. You know,
Well, I'm
it's
gonna
easy.
use Ned to.
Well, I know it's easy
I
to
would,
say,
yeah.
we'll take it over and we'll find that attorney, but that's not always easy too, and then there's a lag. You know, you say yes, well, then you gotta hire, and then it takes a few months to actually get someone in that seat to do the work, so I know the challenge is.
We have an attorney right now that can hit the ground running and taking the cases. You know, there's that roll-off, though. What does that affect? You know, obviously, we
Yeah,
talk
what are
about the
they leaving
contracts.
behind?
Contracts take longer, you know, other representation of departments take longer.
Well, and
So we could start right away in January, taking those custody cases to save that money. It's just gonna, you know, cause some
It'll
delays.
have an impact on other county
Yeah.
departments, a direct impact.
Yeah.
No, and I understand
I'm
that.
sure it will.
You know, I've been contacted personally this last year about some contracts that probably should have had a little finer comb on them. You know, and that's my worry is how many more, you know, is that gonna open the door for some of those other instances? And, you know, we just wanna make sure that we are doing what we need to perfectly. Cause it did, you know, it's effects, there's a ripple effect.
Absolutely.
so.
Patrick, Law New York, is that a nonprofit?
Yes, it's a 501c3.
Okay.
Full disclosure, I used to work there for about 10 years, and so.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah, but they're having an attorney shortage themselves. The attorneys that were handling these cases are leaving, and they can't find attorneys.
And you don't have any influence to get these guys to renew the contract? No,
No, we
okay.
negotiated, we talked about like a higher amount. It really comes down to their attorney shortage. They can't get the attorneys.
Okay.
And it's hard to recruit an attorney, because if you look at that 18B rate, that 158, it's hard to pay an attorney a salary when the attorney says, I could do the same work being assigned those cases, making, you know, double, almost triple what
Exactly.
Law New York is able to afford. And so that's the problem Law New York's having.
And there isn't another nonprofit, there isn't Southern Tier Legal or anything?
Southern Tier Legal, that's what Law New York used to be, then they merged
Okay,
with.
all right.
There's some legal aids in Buffalo that we're hoping may submit a proposal, but we'd have to look at that. You know, we have
I see.
to make sure that they can staff the court cases, because the last thing we want to do is get into contract, pay some nonprofit, some legal aid that just can't supply the attorneys, and
Sure.
then you have the court kind of yelling down at us saying, why are their attorneys not showing up? And then, you know, that kind of comes back to the county that we're paying all this money and not getting any service. So we'll analyze it.
Okay, so you think our best route might be the county attorney's office taking this over?
I think so.
Okay.
You know, definitely in the short
Good.
term. If nothing else happens, January 1st, we'll be able to hit the ground running, taking those cases.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Kitty, Jen?
Okay, so, thanks, Patrick. The other couple of accounts here, so the county is obligated to provide facilities for the courts, so, you know, the second floor here is all courts, and so the cost of maintaining the facilities is borne by the county. In these accounts, so it's primarily the cost for insurance, as the building maintenance and cost of the cleaners and such is included in the buildings and grounds budget. And then the revenue in that miscellaneous account, that is revenue. We do get some reimbursement from the court system to reimburse us for those maintenance expenses. They don't cover 100%, but they do, that's what the revenue line item is here. We do have one amendment in the 1162, 1180 account. It was just an oversight that we should have included $3,500 in 1180 under other expenses. So we would recommend that the committee make that amendment to increase those appropriations.
Okay, we can do that now, Kitty.
Sure.
So, would somebody like to make that amendment?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Okay, Kitty, we'll do that.
And just to add on to that, Mr. Chairman, that we do have other offsets that would cover that increase that would apply to other committees, so we'll make those amendments in those committees.
The secret list.
Okay, so Kitty, that 3,500 is actually going to show up in where? Under other?
It'll be in the other expenses account, but it'll just be for the .4 classification is what you need to worry about as far as the amendment goes.
Okay.
And what that applies to, that's fees that are paid to various municipal courts for actions on felony complaints. So it's nothing significant, it's just something that has minimal activity every year, so
Okay.
that was an oversight on my part, so.
That's okay.
She's new.
You're entitled to one.
Well, thank you.
Okay. What else, guys?
I think that's it.
Mhm.
That's it? Okay. Public safety, any questions on unified courts?
No?
Audit and control? Okay, if not, Jen, Kitty, thank you.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we'll break for lunch.
You'll adjourn your committee, actually, won't you?
A motion to adjourn.
You're done.
Wow.
All in favor?
We're adjourned. Thank you.
62, 1120, yeah, conflict resolution.